Hey, I'm Mary35 and Claire. Yeah, I spent fucking like 2 hours yesterday looking for boots. Um, and it ended up with me just saying fuck it and going to the underground desert, which would have ended the run if I went within range of a bass statue. Um, and we just happened to luck into finding Dune Rider boots. Let's see, let me find the map here. I went through this much of the world almost entirely with Spelunker potions, and did not find a single chest with boots until I got to right here. That is how desperate the situation was. We had I stopped picking up chests and trashed them after a while. We probably looted like 30 chests without finding boots. It was bad. It was bad. And you know, speaking of boots, I currently have... Wouldn't Dryad be fatal? She's sitting on an island up there. I currently have an Anklet of the Wind and Spectre boots. If I were to find an Aglet, I could make lightning boots. So I'm gonna go around the surface. I haven't fully explored it yet, and see if I can't find an Aglet. But yeah, if you're not familiar, the rules of the challenge are basically I need to go through the entire game without ever having a point of defense. Means I can't ever wear armor that gives defense. Wooden greaves and I think the amethyst robe don't give defense, but they're also like almost useless. I can't use accessories that give defense, like the Cobalt Shield or any of its upgrades, or the Shield of Cthulhu, or the Obsidian Skull. I could make Obsidian Water Walking Boots for immunity to fire blocks if I really wanted to. There might be another Obsidian upgrade too, but I'm not going to do that. I can use damage reduction. The Worm Scarf, or... I could technically use, like, the Frozen Turtle Shell. I don't think it would help at all. I think it'd probably die anyway. If I was at that HP value. Or, like, Warmth Potions I could use. The Arc Charm will finally be used on its own. The problem is, if I'm getting hit by something that will apply one of those debuffs, I'm probably dead anyway. Like, the main use case for the Arc Charm would be what? Duke Fishron? If Duke Fishron's hitting me, I'm probably not long for this world anyway. Am I going to use Ale? So I can use Ale on its own, but I cannot combine Ale with well-fed buffs in order to allow me to, like, get negative defense to cancel it back to 0. If something gives me defense, I can't use it. End of story. I can't apply, like, an Ichor debuff to myself, or use broken armor, or stuff like that to allow myself to wear things that would give defense. Man, the Thorn Shotgun's honestly really good. I never make this thing, but this is a very strong weapon. Oh yeah, and we spent a while trying to get a Trimarang yesterday. And that didn't go well. We killed like 130 bats, and it just never dropped. That was a huge waste of time. We were looking for the Shoomerang. Not that the Trimarang drops itself, but we have an Ice Boomerang. And so I wanted to get the Shoomerang to try out the Trimarang. Jungle's usually a pretty good... I just haven't had much luck with chests, period, honestly. Time in the night, is it? That's pretty late. I was gonna say I can maybe make an ocean pylon, but I don't think that's happening. Okay. Danger sense. Get this in a vanity slot. Angel statue. And This inner tube in a vanity slot there. Yeah, hopefully we'll get through pre-hug mode today. I wanted to make a lot more progress yesterday, but I really wanted a pair of boots. And I was really not getting lucky with a pair of boots. Okay, another wooden chest. Spear. Take an herb bag though, that's pretty helpful. Yeah, thorns are actually quite a big problem with 0 defense. Because normally you just get a little bit of defense and it reduces it down to 0, or to 1, to a negligible amount. There's an aglet searching stream now. I mean, I'm just gonna go over the surface and see if I find one. I'm not gonna, like, try particularly hard, but there's a decent chance I'll just stumble into one. If I don't find one, though, I'm not gonna go out of my way to hunt one down. I'm sure we'll find a skeleton merchant selling one sooner or later. Or we can just do without it. It's not that important. But since I have the anklet, I figure I might as well look over the surface, because I'm gonna... I'm gonna need to explore the entire surface at some point anyway. This is a very big world. It's a large world, but... Bee time? No, I'm gonna do Eater first. Right now I'm just checking for aglets, because the jungle usually has a lot of wooden chests. Boy, I have just had no luck whatsoever with finding anything relevant in chests. There's a wooden boomerang, I guess, if I were to get the, if I were to get a shroomerang to drop, I could now make one. A trimerang, that is. Yeah, I'm probably going to do Eater next. Pretty much as soon as I'm done searching for an aglet. I hope. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do Eater. I think just making a big area on the surface was the plan. I have a magic conch, that's right. Okay, well, I'll check down here for water walking boots. Maybe there'll be one. Most dangerous chemical I've handled? I don't know. I don't keep a running tally of chemicals I've handled. Okay, let's check this side now. I can't think of anything in particular that pops out as being like, damn, that was a really dangerous chemical to have handled. Obituary with a hunger mod? I'm not familiar with the hunger mod. I don't know what that is. Ah, 200 potions are nice to have. Okay, well, I'll check the right side, but, not looking too promising for an easy aglet. I haven't played a lot of terraria mods in general, though. I've played Thorium, Calamity, and then some randomizer mods. That's about it. Oh, this could be an aglet. Yo, an aglet. Okay. And there's a water candle right there, too. Another direction have a couple of chests at the edge of the world. Yeah, I've got the chest. There's always one right there, and then there was one right there that I grabbed. But this world generation will always have a chest right there, unless you mean wooden chests and like the pockets beyond it. In which case, I just don't really feel like digging for them. I don't have a Spelunker potion. But the purity biome ones on the surface? Those? Are those? Well, in any case, we got what we wanted. Okay, so we need to reforge these boots so that they're usable. Okay. Okay, precise is fine. Crit chance. I'm gonna look for a balloon. That would let me consolidate some, inventory space. Once I found the chest, it's like a tunnel with vines. There? Well, it looks like whatever the generation was cut off by the dungeon. Okay, let me look for some floating islands. I might as well just sell this gold grasshopper. I'm not going to eat it. Okay. And let's see what we can find. Yeah, the most likely way I would mess up is accidentally getting a food item to drop and then using quick buff and eating it. I really just shouldn't use quick buff at all. It's just such a habit. And it's so convenient for drinking potions. Better boots? Yeah, we got lighting boots. I could even make frostbite boots if I wanted to. Because we do have ice skates. Actually, I should have done that instead of reforging them. Would have saved me a lot of money. Okay, second lake. Clumsy balloon slime. Sure. Chaos Spark boots incoming. We'd need to find water walking boots and a lava charm, and we haven't gotten water walking boots from either of the oceans, so the odds of us finding them are not particularly high. Especially since I'm done with most of my mining until how... Okay. Third floating lake. 3 for 3. Hey, the Looney Crusader. Relax. It is... floating lakes are so weird because, like, you really only ever need one if you want a floating lake. Like, there's never a point where you're going to need multiple floating lakes. You just want whatever one is, like, the most conveniently situated. So then finding them is just a big, like, oh, I thought you were a floating island, but now I'm just sad. Okay, let's make a white horseshoe balloon. Blizzard. Okay, crit chance is fine. And then, you know, I will make frostbite boots. Why not? And then I will... I guess Cloud in a Bottle is the play here. And then I think we rock that loadout for the Eater. Sailfish boots didn't exist and should be replaced with water walking boots in the crate drop list. Well, you get water walking boots from ocean crates. And ocean crates give water chest loot. So it'd be a little weird if there was one water chest loot that wasn't in an ocean crate. Because all the other ocean crate items are from the water chest pool. Go with mage class. I mean, realistically, I'm probably going ranger, maybe mage, but okay, I'll keep one band of regen. Sell the rest. I think I already have a nature's gift. I don't need an extra ice skates, and I don't need an inner tube. Certainly not an inner tube with a defense reforge. Sailfish boots should exist because of amphibian boots. I never get amphibian boots because I can't be bothered to fish for them. The amount of times I get amphibian boots coincidentally while fishing is quite low. Let me plant these deathweed seeds. Sailfish and water walking be shimmerable to convert to each other? Why? That's a very weird shimmer recipe. The two don't really have anything to do with each other. You might as well just make all boots shimmerable to water walking boots at that point. Like, sailfish boots are just homies boots. That's it. Also, I don't like the omnipresence of Shimmer. Like, I don't think Shimmer being a solution to a minor problem is a good idea. Like, oh, there's a minor inconvenience. Make Shimmer the solution. I don't like that. Only sailfish can craft amphibian boots. I'm aware of that, but... like, functionally, they are still the same as Hermes boots. It would make more sense to say you could shimmer Hermes boots into sailfish boots than you could shimmer water walking boots into sailfish boots. But I don't like the omnipresence of Shimmer as the solution to everything. Like, I don't think... just going, here is a minor inconvenience, which really is very meaningless, and is not remotely difficult to deal with. Let's add a solution that's just going to the Shimmer and throwing it in the Shimmer. I already think the Shimmer does a bit too much. Let's go flesh out this Eater of Worlds arena. I think I was going to use spiky balls. There's a point where quality of life becomes a bit excessive. And there are definitely some things you can do with the Shimmer that just feel very unnecessary. What does sailfish mean, though? Well, they're just two aquatic words next to each other. A sail is what ships have, and fish are fish. I don't think it has, like, a concrete meaning. I don't think a sailfish is something. Range, then go to the dungeon to get Shadow Key, and teleport back home with the Hellwing bow. Or I could just kill the eater as I am. My favorite fish to eat? I guess salmon. I'm not a huge fan of fish, and salmon is, like, a not particularly fishy fish, so... A sailfish is a kind of fish? Okay. In that case, a sailfish is, a type of fish. Had the word fish in it? Like, what advantage? Like, all that does is make water walking boots easier to obtain by making them fishable out of regular crates, since you can just shimmer them. Functionally. Because I struggle to envision a situation where you would have water walking boots and then convert those into sailfish boots. A good Shimmer transmutation recipe should make sense both ways. I don't really like the fact that you can shimmer magma stones into lava charms, for instance. It's a way to reward fishing. Fishing doesn't need more rewards. Fishing already has a huge amount of rewards. Ever eaten spider crab? No, I don't really eat seafood much. It's hard to find water walking boots. They're supposed to be hard to find. That's the point. They're a rare item. If you just make the rare item easy to obtain, it defeats the purpose of having a rare item to begin with. Like, water walking boots is not being rare or difficult to obtain is not something that needs to be fixed. That's intentional. It's supposed to be rare. You like and dislike how they make the magic mirror craftable? I honestly forget the magic mirror is craftable because it is completely inconsequential in my experience. Because by the time you have diamonds and gold enough to craft a magic mirror, you've probably found multiple magic mirrors incidentally in chests. You know, there's a chance you might not have, in which case I guess it's nice, but the only situation I personally find it useful is, like, multiplayer. Where you might have a lot of people coming in and out, and they won't all, you know, it can be nice to have something to craft like that. What am I grinding for? I'm just making an arena for the Eater of Worlds. The magic mirror is overrated as hell anyway. And most of, like, I have 116 recall potions right now. Given the choice, I would pretty much always choose to use recall potions over the magic mirror because they're just better. Feels nice to finally have actual mobility. Now I can actually avoid these things. Okay. Should I make a middle layer? I'll make a layer down here. I want to kill these guys, though. Insane dodge. I was doing a pretty bad job of dodging those eaters. They hit me a couple of times. Like, once you know how the eater AI works, they're very loopy and predictable. And as a result, it's very easy once you have a little bit of mobility to kite them around. And you can do it with less mobility, too. For some reason, the fact that they're eaters is throwing me off. I usually do it with Chimera because I don't play Corruption very much. And maybe it's just the number of eaters versus the number of Chimera that show up in the Crimson. Because you get a lot more eaters attacking you, which makes it a little bit tougher to dodge just because of density of enemies. I feel like I do it a lot better in the Crimson. Banning all defense? Yes. I cannot, for any reason throughout the entire game, ever get a point of defense. This shackle? Trash. What do you think of Akram? I never played console, so I never fought Akram. And from my understanding, Akram is a half-baked boss that just threw together a couple of other mechanics that existed for other bosses and wasn't very well designed, so. Yeah, the spawns are split between face monsters, spiders, and Chimera. Whereas in the Corruption, it's pretty much 100% eaters with very occasional devourers. Let me make a layer up here. I threw projectile vomit. Yeah, that's... It's not good. I have vile mushrooms. I need vile mushrooms to make the worm food. She might have vile mushrooms. Let me check. Yeah, I do. Okay. 6 mushrooms, 15 rotten chunks. And I think the gold bow is back up with Jester's arrows. I wanted spiky balls. Where were those? I get rid of them? I can always buy more. What's the moon glow doing in there? Let me get a couple more heart lanterns. We're cheesing Akram with a spike and a cross necklace. Let me get regen, swiftness. I guess like an archery potion just in case. Hunter potion's pretty nice with the eater too. Yeah. That should be fine. Get a bunch of spiky balls. That's probably enough. And then let me, I'll see about reforging a couple of these. Okay, angry. Precise, sure. Yeah, no, we got the Goblin Invasion. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Get a little extra crit chance in there. Yeah, we did finally get boots. It was a hell of a struggle, but I ended up going to the underground desert and got lucky and didn't have any bass statues. Did I find the Shimmer? No, I never found the Shimmer. If we do find one, we could make a Trimarang, but I don't think at this point it's worth going for. My items can't have defense? No. They cannot. And there's no mod or anything that's, like, preventing me from getting defense. I have to manually check myself, and ensure that I'm not doing anything that gives me defense. Yeah, we did get the skull. Which, what, the skull drop rate is, like... What even is this? It's really low. It's like 1 in 1,000? Legendary mode next? No, this would just be a lot more annoying. Legendary mode would suck because everything in legendary mode, like, reflects projectiles. Is 1 in 2,500? Damn. Hey, Tim Hart. Or Tim the Outem. Okay, let's see how this... Oh, wait, I can put down highlighters, that's right. If it's 1 in 2,500, that's the same as a biome key, yeah. Okay, let's see how this goes. How to... You just, like, spam them around like this? I don't really know how this whole spiky ball strat... It seems like you just spam him around him and he'll go into them. Yeah. Having this extra mobility is a huge help here. We can kind of just walk back and forth. It doesn't seem like he can actually get to us. At least not easily. Okay, there we go. I don't know how you fight the Eater of Worlds without just feeling like you're cheesing him. Because this doesn't even feel like a boss fight. Yeah, I can't use the Shield of Cthulhu. I wouldn't have anyway, but... Should buff him above ground. It's just the mechanics of the Eater fight, I feel like, at least on high difficulties, it feels difficult to fight the boss without either him being not feasible or you just being so strong that it completely annihilates him. Okay. I mean, I can use the Worm Scarf. But I just don't think it's really worth using. Maybe later in the game, if we need to make sure we don't get one-shot by something. But as is, the plan's kind of to not get hit in the first place. That's way more than enough. Yeah, honestly, we probably could have done that without boots, but I think it was more just the amount of space. I think it's painfully obvious doing that, how little I fight the Eater, because I play Crimson Worlds way more than I play Corruption Worlds, and the amount of experience I have with fighting the Eater is a lot lower. True melee, no defense, no Blade of Grass or Volcano. That is incredibly specific. Do you mean against the Eater? When is more fun? The Eater is just... Both evil bosses are kind of easy. The Brain's more engaging, though. Like... Especially if you're on higher difficulties, the Brain can fuck you up. You do have to pay attention to where the Brain is and stun lock it. And if it hits you, it will do a lot of damage. And it does have a bunch of different debuffs. Yeah, and the brain doesn't telefrag anymore. Whereas the Eater, like if you fight the Eater underground, he basically won't spit at you, because the spitting is almost entirely a surface phenomenon. Which means you can either make a bit of an open area, and then you can just fight it, and kill it, and the tongue will hit, or the mouth will hit for a lot, but it's really easy to just, like, tank or take occasional hits and get health back from hitting it, which isn't very engaging. It's kind of just hitting a worm until it dies. And then the Eater of Worlds is just, like, non-stop spitting on the surface, and then underground, I don't know, the mechanics of the boss fight just don't feel very engaging. I never have fun fighting the Eater of Worlds, whereas I do have fun fighting the Brain of Cthulhu sometimes. It's not like the best designed boss in the game, but it feels like it interacts with the player a lot more. Oh, that's where my spiky balls went. Okay, Skeletron? Let's go fight Skeletron. Should I get the Trimer? Because we have a water candle now. And it will be a... It will be a Lantern Knight. We do have pretty reasonable odds of getting the Trimarang by farming for the Shimmer. I'm up to using the Trimarang against Skeletron. If not, I'm probably just going to go mine for Molten Fury. And use that. But I could go get... I could also use the Molten Boomerang. Do it? You know, here's what I'll do. Actually, no, I can't even do that because I would need a second enchanted boomerang. But yeah, I will try a little bit more to get a Shimmerang. Not for a huge period of time. Maybe just like the night. We're gonna have battle potions. Let me make some more bottles of water. That should get another skull. We're gonna have a water candle this time. I'll do it until the beginning of the next morning. A water candle. I have a water candle on me. Okay. I already checked what you had. You didn't have anything interesting. Hold on. Can I? I don't think I can. That's awful. No, the skull should be an accessory and not a vanity headpiece. It should be like the obsidian skull, where it actually like overlays your face, and then you can wear headpieces on top of that. So you could wear like a hat with the skull, instead of it just being a an outright head vanity. Because if it's a head vanity, you can't put like a heart hairpin or something on it. Does the skull do anything? No. No. It is just a 1 in 2,500 drop vanity. It is one of the most obscure items in the game. I feel like. It's very, very rare, and when you do get it, it's extremely forgettable. It does come from a common enemy, but man, I need to work on my aim. I've been missing shots like crazy on these bats. Yo, bone pickaxe? Bone pickaxe? Bone pickaxe? Bone pickaxe? Bone pickaxe? That's not a bone pickaxe. Ancient golden helmet. Yeah, there's a lot of very obscure drops from the underground enemies. Bro, this fucking bat. This fucking bat. I swear I can aim. I promise I can aim. Bats are really difficult to hit with guns. Being a mage has tainted your aim. Okay. I will not miss. Okay, let me kill him. Okay. Bats are just hell. Yeah, they have very, especially when a bat is close to you. It's very hard to predict what their movement path is going to be. God, that was... What? Please hit him. Bat, please. Okay, we're gonna switch to arrows. Arrows are easier to hit. Okay, mining helmet. I'm not going to miss a bat with my arrows. Fuck. If you build a bat, it worked. I remember there was a point in time where I had a friend that was very impressed with my ability to hit moving targets with projectiles. I'm really letting them down here with how much I can't hit these bats with this musket. That's another part of why, by the way, I am a very big fan of handguns, or why I like the dart pistol over the dart rifle, is you get constant feedback when you're shooting those weapons, and it makes it easy to adjust your aim on the fly. Whereas with slow-firing weapons, you kind of just have to guess where you need to aim, and you have much less frequent feedback on whether you're aiming in the correct spot. What's that? Skeleton merchant. Hitting bats with projectiles while moving is kind of not that easy. Yeah, okay, there's another aglet. Actually, let me stock up on the world-famous bone arrow in order to work on my aim. Well, Sandy, it's not really that hard. It's also much easier to hit with arrows and other projectiles that are similar because they have larger hitboxes. Don't bone arrows stick? No. Bone arrows pierce one time. That is it. That is all they do. Yeah, they pierce once. It has been a grand total of 1 challenge run where I have ever used bone arrows and had them be useful. And that was don't produce light. Okay, let's see how many shots I can go in a row without missing on bats. I think I'm at 4 now. That's 6 attacks. 8. Let's get jesters. Jesters are harder to amass in Infinite. There's a bone pickaxe, and it's nimble. Hell yeah. $10. Shrooming drop rate. Allegedly 1 in 40. Fuck. Okay, I was at 11. Still no shrooming, though. I mean, like I said, I'll go until 4:30 a.m. this coming morning. But then, if we don't get a shrooming by then, I'm just gonna I'm kind of down with going in on boomerangs. I like that idea. I don't really play with boomerangs too much. Got a bat. It's a 1 in 250 drop rate. We got a bone sword, which I don't even know the drop rate of the bone sword. It's a hell of a lot rarer than the Shimmer. 1 in 400? Maybe? Yeah, we can do a full skeleton cosplay with the bone sword, the bone pickaxe, and the skull. One in 200? Okay, I genuinely had no idea. I just pulled a random number out of my ass. If I was correct at 1 in 400, I would have been very surprised. Does Bat apply when you hit critters? Oh, the Bat is pathetic. The worst self-healing item in the game, easily. I know it can be found in chests, but we've explored a couple mushroom biomes, and we did a bunch of mining, and we didn't find one. How many bat banners do I have? 4? I mean, I can just check my kill count. Okay, Steak, get out of here. We have killed 177 bats, so we have 3 bat banners. I always happen to find one off screen now. I mean, we have a pretty efficient setup here. It's not like, you know, incredibly amazing way to farm bats, but it's... we're getting the job done. 8% chance I haven't gotten it. As you found for the frozen total shell and got water Discord in 2 different biome keys before you got it. Yeah, I don't like farming for the frozen total shell. Man, I'm pretty sure we've gotten every undead miner drop by this point. We've gotten the bone pickaxe, we've gotten steak, we've gotten all pieces of the mining armor set. Just very bad RNG. I'll go till this battle potion wears off, because that'll be at about 4:30 a.m. How lucky? Well, I can't wear any of the mining set. The only part of it that's useful is the bone pickaxe, which is fantastic. I do love the bone pickaxe. The bone pickaxe is the fastest pickaxe in pre-hard mode for breaking soft blocks. Dirt type blocks. Yes, it's not a gravedigger shovel, but the gravedigger shovel has its own list of problems. Clone Shotgun was good enough for Skeletron? Yeah, but I wanted to try the Trimarang. That was the whole point. It's not about needing a better weapon. It's about wanting to try something I haven't used before. Oh, I would never farm the Fire Feather for Flamewing Shock Breeze. I would recommend going to the jungle and hitting up moths with a Lifeform Analyzer. Or Solar Eclipse Bats. You can get solar tablets from the Jungle Temple. You can hoik in there. To spawn them consistently. Or Tattered B-Wings. There are so many Moss Hornets that you have pretty good turnover on getting B-Wings if you spend some time in the jungle. Jungle's definitely the place to go for post-mech boss wings. Okay, that's 200 bats. I mean, if I don't, I'd probably try the Molten Boomerang, because I've heard the Molten Boomerang is usable for Skeletron, but I've never tried it before. Flamewing's post-plant? No, Flamewings are post-mech boss. Yeah, Flamewings are honestly the last wing I would recommend getting of the post-mech boss wings. They do look cool, so there is that. But in terms of actual feasibility of getting them, you have to kill an annoying enemy which doesn't have a super high spawn rate and drops it quite rarely. Bone Wing should be post-plant. Oh, Bone Wings not post-plant? They come from the dungeon, no? Unless I'm mixing them up with another pair of wings. There's a Shroom Wing. Okay, jeez. It only took... what? 210 bats. 210 bats. And 2-shots you? Yeah, on high difficulty, sometimes even 1-shots you. Okay. I've definitely gotten insta-killed by Red Devils before. I think I hit for like high 300s at the time, but they do not fuck around with their damage. Okay. Now we make the Enchanted Boomerang, and then the Trimarang. And it's demonic, too. Okay, that feels a little bit awkward. Honestly, I don't like the flow of this. I would like it if it was like a little bit slower and it spent more time out, so it felt like it looped properly. Because right now you throw all three of them out and there's a little bit of a delay, which feels a little awkward. Speed's kind of slow. I mean, we can get melee speed bonuses, which should increase the speed that it flies at. I'm not going to spend like a bunch of time on it, but I could see about getting some melee speed buffs. Because that's the way it affects projectile weapons like this. I think it increases the... Oh, interesting. It seems to be increasing the speed it flies out, but not the speed it flies back. Because they're flying, I think, much faster going outwards than coming back. Which is odd. Is hardcore? Oh, no. Okay, let's go do Skeletron. Should make a bed so we can pass time easily. Or just go all in on the Trimarang? Yeah, sure. I mean, we got it. Why not? Let's see. I need to make a sawmill. Loom. 35 cobwebs. And a bed. Okay, now let's go make an arena. I should really get pylons set up. I'll put it out here. Which boomerang is faster when using it near the enemy? Not the trimarang. The trimarang is... Well, the problem is the thorn chakram, if it hits a surface, bounces back, but... If I wanted speed when I was next to something, I would use the harpoon. Which I may use, honestly. I actually probably will use the harpoon against Skeletron, unironically. It actually does, like, good damage. Yeah, the harpoon in the spinning phase puts in work. Why does my Moonclaw keep going in here? Why do I keep putting it in there? It's genuinely quite potent. Yeah, I guess we'll see how impressive the Trimarang is. It is a pre-boss weapon. That was a gold scroll. So I don't have like super high expectations, but I've heard good things about it. So we'll see. I should have bought a sunflower. We can compare it to the Thorn Chakram. So not as good as Boomstick? That's very good then, because the Boomstick is quite a powerful weapon. Outclassed at this stage? Yeah, but like the Boomstick still holds its own against Skeletron. Being around the same level as one of the most overpowered weapons in pre-hard mode, relative to when it can be obtained, is very good. Don't I have planter boxes? Yes, but I'm not really going to be able to restock on planter boxes. So I'm using wooden platform instead. Because I don't want to go back to the Dryad at any point throughout the rest of the game. And I don't really need very much space against Skeletron. Okay, let's try it out. Okay, that sucked. You can swap her at night. I don't want to be near the Dryad because her AoE attack gives defense to nearby friendly entities. Actually, it might just be players. I don't know why I said friendly entities, but... I don't know, this thing's really not looking that good. Let's compare it against the Chakram. It's considerably less knockback than the Chakram, which is interesting. Doesn't have a debuff. I don't know. HK1203? I'd rather not find out. Would theoretically be much better than Shock 'em at range. We'll see. Skeletron is our testing grounds. We have a Sharktooth necklace, so his hands are only going to have 6 defense. We don't have a DPS meter, but we can at least gauge the vibe, how it feels. Hey, NSS129. And they all have the same Reforge. I mean, I could make some ale, because that has melee benefits. Tavern keeps dead, so I can't just buy it. Which hard mode armor has no defense? Is the like Jin's curse technically considered armor? Vanity? I don't know. Oh, we some summoner bullshit. Wasn't something that lowers defense? I mean, ale does, but I'm not going to use that to allow myself to have defense. Well, if they were doing a challenge in which they allowed themselves to lower their defense to use something, they're not doing the same defense as they're not doing the same challenge that I am. Like, it's the same concept, but it's 2 different takes on it. I would say that anything that gives me defense, I cannot use, regardless of whether or not I can reduce that defense later. Okay, the Prime Ring does use? What's going on there? Oh, I see. It's on the way back. Hold on. Okay, I see some potential here. Hold on. That's really awkward to set up against Skeletron, though. But I can, like, get him caught in it on the return trip because it has such a slow travel speed back. And that seems to hit pretty frequently. Getting that set up is going to be real tricky, though. But it's definitely possible. Like this. Yeah, but it's not. I need the hands. I don't know if that's really going to work out. I'll give it a shot, though. His hands are so floppy. The return speed is awful, but that's kind of an advantage. Like, it's not really an advantage, but I can use that to hit more rapidly than I would be able to normally, right? I would take much damage from his hands even in master mode. I mean, things in pre-hard mode don't do damage. The only dangerous part of Skeletron is his spinning skull, and his phase 2 hands do, phase 2 skulls do a bit of damage, but I'm not really concerned about trying to not get hit. It's just not getting hit multiple times in succession, because I have potions and I can regen. That's awkward. I would have preferred that wasn't the case. Man, I am really botching this, dodging this hand. What hit me? Oh, there was a zombie down there. Damn. I didn't see him. This Trimarang's real awkward. It feels like trying to micromanage, micromanage the projectile location to try to, deal damage, and that's messy. A lot of Discord is pretty good. I'm not getting a lot of Discord. You met me before? You know, that's not difficult at all. I was kind of messing up dodging those hands. I think mostly because I was paying attention to the Trimarang and trying to get its location in a good spot. That star was really good for ruining the fight. I mean, on the one hand, yes. On the other hand, it did do 1,000 damage, which is nice. Really, the only thing that went wrong in that fight was the zombie. Because otherwise the hand would have died, and then I could just dodge the skull normally. And even then, the only reason I was in a slightly bad situation to begin with is because I was messing up dodging the hands, which I think was just because I was preoccupied focusing on the, I want the Trimarang to, like, work. I want to be able to... Because it feels like so close to being achievable, trying to, like, get him caught in the return path. And it does do a lot of damage when it's caught in the return path. In fact, you might be able to... Actually, no, I don't think that would work too well. I was thinking you could maybe, like, against the wall of flesh, if you had it caught... if you had the wall of flesh caught in the return path, but the problem is the wall of flesh's speed is variable, so that wouldn't work well. It has potential, yeah. Ice Boomerang by itself is better. Yeah, that's probably true. And I mean, compare that to the Molten Boomerang, which is just a much better Ice Boomerang, and it's not a flattering comparison. Oh, I have the sharpening station too. That's right. Let me take this bed over here a little bit. Yeah, I think this time I'm going to... This one is immune. To Frostburn? No, Skeleton's not immune to Frostburn. I don't think he is. Only debuff I think Skeletron is immune to is poison. Well, aside from, like, confusion and some of the other ones, but... You're kind of burned out from Rainworld, but you want to know the Saint ending. You think you're spoiling yourself because you know half what's going to happen, should you or not. Do you think you'll go back some other time to finish it? No, this is just on Classic Baltimus. The Saints ending is pretty cool. So many quality life changes they made, and seeing the sharpening station so the merchant was a surprise. You already unlocked Spearmaster and Rivulet, but you find them very hard. Saints ending is not, like, Saint is not the end of Rainworld's story. Rivulet is the end of Rainworld's story. Saint is just a weird epilogue. I thought Saint was after Rivulet. I said Saint was a weird epilogue. It is not the end of Rainworld's story. Saint is a very confusing story. And it is not like the culmination of all of the other story bits that have been told through the other slug cats. That is Rivulet. If you want the end of Rainworld's story, play Rivulet. And if you've done that, that's basically the end of Rainworld's story. Saint is just a very weird epilogue after the fact that has some weird interactions. But it's not like the big culmination of Rainworld's plot. He's gonna hit me. Man, these slimes just keep jumping right on top of me. Yeah, negative defense isn't a thing. If you drink ale or sake when you have 0 defense, nothing happens. Same reason that you can't use Ichor to make an enemy have negative defense, and armor penetration buffs don't give you bonus damage to enemies that have the defense over-penetrated. Okay. But yeah, I'm going to try this again, and I'm going to try to just completely ignore the Trimarang. Going for dodge this run. I haven't really thought about any overarching build. If I wanted to go for dodge, I would have been playing Crimson and not Corruption. There we go. It's also not really possible to make the dodge build without, oh, it's so close! Without hollowed armor. Like, that's kind of the bread and butter of a dodge build. Oh, that was bullshit. God, and now his hand fucked up. I don't know why Skeletron does this. Sometimes his hand will just have a seizure and fly out extremely quickly and then go halfway across the world. And it'll just show up like a minute later. I have no idea why this happens. You've never seen that? He doesn't do it often, but he does do it sometimes. Dodge build kind of insane with hollowed set? No, hollowed armor has been nerfed a lot. It's no longer nearly as good as it used to be. Hollowed armor now, the cooldown starts when, you get hit instead of starting when the buff applies, which means if you, previously, if you had hollowed armor and you got hit, 29 seconds into the holy protection buff, it would reapply 2 seconds later. Whereas now, it would have another 30 seconds before you would get holy protection again. It used to be that when you hit something and got holy protection, that is when the cooldown timer of 30 seconds before it could apply again started. So if you didn't get hit, it would apply immediately 30 seconds later. And if you did get hit, it would be 30 seconds minus however long it took you to get hit, before it would apply again. Whereas now, it'll always be 30 seconds if you get hit, which makes it quite a bit worse. It's still good, don't get me wrong, but it's no longer nearly as good as it used to be. And it also, doesn't dodge the Empress of Light and Dungeon Guardian. Actually, yeah, Empress of Light and Dungeon Guardian. It does dodge Enraged Skeletron and Skeletron Prime, though, despite the changelog and wiki stating otherwise. You can still dodge Skeletron Prime and Skeletron's insta-kill attacks with Hollowed Armor. Finish him off? Okay. Harpoon's kind of a high-risk play, though, because it's not the easiest to position yourself here. It does do pretty good damage. By the way, fun fact, Skeletron will fire 20 skulls before spinning again, so if you count the skulls, you can predict exactly when he's going to spin. It's also time-based. Damn it. That's the problem with the Harpoon. If you miss, there's a really long cooldown before it shoots again. I wonder if I could do something like this. See, if I could set that up consistently, I feel like that would be a good way to deal with Skeletron, but it's so clunky trying to set up that return trip. Let me try it. So I can do that and switch to an... Hold on. Maybe if I... That's an idea. Oh, but it gives him iframes. So I can't... Okay. Bit awkward then. Try it again. Maybe with a shock bomb? I want to make that work because it feels like it's on the verge of being something really cool, but it's just botching it at right at the end. Yeah, you have a different profile pick now, Time Death. Maybe if I just do one? I mean, if you got this for, like, the eye, the Trimarine would be pretty cool, I guess. Skeletron hand, Bone Glove. Okay, what do I want out of the dungeon? Phoenix Blaster? Yeah, we got the false skeleton cosplay now. We're now just 100% skeleton. I think that's every skeleton-associated item. Aside from, like, the Book of Skulls or something, but... Oh, interesting. You hold ale out in front of you. I never realized that. Yeah, Phoenix Blaster? Phoenix Blaster is all I can think of. Ever seen anyone use Bone Glove? Now that it's an accessory, it's a lot better. Back when it was a weapon, it was so much worse. Mostly because trying to get bones was miserable. If you could buy bones, it would have been a lot more usable of a weapon, I feel like. But having to grind for bones just to use a mediocre weapon was bad. Oh, bone wings? I guess that is true. Should have something piercing? You're not going to convince me to use anything that isn't the Phoenix Blaster, by the way. Like, we're going to use the Phoenix Blaster. Just get a Rain Song? Nice. Howling performs better? I don't care. Oh yeah, all those beloved pre-hard mode ranged weapons. I loved pre-hard mode mage. That was the best part of mage. Okay, we're going to employ our Phoenix Blaster hunting strategy. I'm a master at tracking it down. Bewitching Table, I guess, might be useful. I'm not a mage boy. I'm not. This is not true. Do I sound like it? Don't you dare. Don't you dare say that I sound like a mage. Great crack dungeon brick. Okay. Like I said, I am a master at hunting down Phoenix Blasters. What chest the handgun in? That one. I am a professional Phoenix Blaster hunter. I spent 10 years in the forests of Argentina hunting down Phoenix Blasters. I'd like an alchemy table too. Shadow key would be nice as well. God, spikes do so much damage when you don't have defense. I'm hunting for a handgun now. I already found the handgun. I mean, is there anything I want from shadow chests? I guess it's money, if nothing else. I have to actually get... Oh, wait, did I even get... I walked right up to the to the wooden chest, looked at it, did not loot it, and just walked backwards to where the handgun was. Hey, Ivy. Life Force? I mean, I guess, but... Yeah, let me go actually grab the key out of this chest. I think I should as well take all that. I didn't do medium core. I didn't feel like it. I don't know. I felt like doing this on medium core would just be annoying. And I would rather do it on classic. But hurts you seeing people not get rid of spikes and just tank it? Well, it's not possible to get rid of spikes. It takes too much mental energy to try to mine them. It's just not really doable for your for the human body. It's too much work. Stop it, sir. Let's go that dungeon slime. Use bombs. Oh. Damn that knockback. Holy shit, Journey's End 1.4? Spikes can be bombed unless you are in the For the Worthy or Get Fixed Boy seeds, in which case they cannot. Okay. Wait, I have a handgun. Why am I not using it? Finally used for Scarab Bombs? What do you mean finally used for... Scarab Bombs are incredible at going down. Have you ever used Scarab Bombs to, like, just dig straight downward? It's so rare to see me die. Taking 60 damage from spikes will do that. No, Scarab Bombs are great. They mine 21 blocks downward in a 3-wide tunnel. You can make very big, vertical tunnels very quickly using Scarab Bombs. Square armor? True. Okay, well, So I really want to get rid of the quivering chest. It just shows up everywhere. If you don't. Oh, there's an alchemy table. Nice. And there's a shadow key. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and use this key on the quivering chest when I find him. You hate town slimes? I don't hate them, I don't think they were executed well. Mostly because I think there were too many of them. If there were 3 town slimes, I think I would be a lot more inclined to look favorably upon them. The problem is there are, what, 8? 9? I don't even remember. Will I use the Cobalt Shield? I can't. The game is just throwing dungeon slimes at me, jeez. It gives defense, so I can't use it. They block you from talking to NPCs? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if, I'm trying to think if I could limit the number of town slimes. The more funds, the better. But they're just so forgettable. And the other thing I really don't like about them is they make the actual pets feel a lot less significant and cool. Because there are 3 actual pets. And they're... Stop giving me golden keys. I want to use all of them. Like 8 town slimes, which, given that they fulfill the same role, means that you just have a bunch of slimes everywhere, and you don't really have very many pets, and the pets are also usually harder to get, beyond, like, well, the bunny requires a lot of bestiary progress, and it's just, to me, so many of the town slimes are just meh. I don't care. They're not bad, but they're nothing. They feel like... The idea of the town slime is cute. Honestly, I would have just had one town slime. And I feel like that would have made the town slime feel a lot... I know that there's an advantage, but... like, I know they do have function, and you can use them for pylons, but... I think one single town slime would have been a lot cooler than 8 town slimes. Because then it would have been like, okay, I'm getting the town slime. And it could have been... it would make it feel a lot cooler when you do get them, instead of just... Oh, yeah, like what you're saying, Marley. Oh, yeah, you killed King Slime. Here's a slime. Which is how it feels now. You just, like, accumulate them for nothing, and they don't feel like meaningful rewards. I guess I'll keep the Magic Missile in case I want a Sky Fracture later. I don't know. I'll keep my options open, at least. I have bread, so I can just do that. You do like how easy Squire slimes are to get, but you're mad that Traveling Merchant needs a house spawn because of the Squire plus clumsy to get him without a house. I don't know, it feels like you're kind of just... constantly beset with town slimes, that are very difficult to avoid. And they feel so meaningless. Like, when I first played 1.4, I was really excited to see the town slime in the dungeon, the one in the chest. Because that was like, okay, this is the new NPC, this is the town slime. But then it was just one of, like, 8 town slimes, and it made it feel so much less important. Like, the only reason I get the town slime in the dungeon is because otherwise he shows up for the rest of the game anytime you're underground. And it just, I don't know, it feels a lot cooler to go, this is the town slime than this is a town slime. I think... if you could get a town slime... honestly, I think the coolest town slime, even though it is, like, kind of a meme, is the Diva Slime. And I feel like the way that I would have implemented town slimes is have the only town slime be the Diva Slime, and not even call it the Diva Slime. Maybe not even have it be the Diva Slime itself. Maybe have it be some other slime. But you get an item from Queen Slime, and then you have to bring it to the Shimmer in an obscure location, throw it in, and then you get a secret pet as a reward, instead of them just being all over the place. Because that feels a lot more cool and unique. It implements new things added in 1.4.4. It makes Queen Slime feel more meaningful, because you get, you know, the secret NPC town slime from her. That's how I would have done it. Okay, let's get some Hellstone. What do you do if I encounter a bass statue? I'm not going to. I'm not going to go to the Underground Desert. We already did once to find, find the boots. What pants am I wearing? Wooden pants. They give no defense. Pouty, Cool, and Elder are the worst offenders due to how they just sort of show up in normal gameplay instead of having active conditions. The Cool Slime is the Pouty Slime. I think you mean the Nerdy Slime. The one you get from King Slime. Like, the really obscure ones are the coolest ones. The ones that feel like it's a secret to find them. And I feel like having it limited to one secret is the best way to do that. And maybe alternatively, the Surly Slime. Maybe make it, you know, a hard mode exclusive rare fishing catch. Or, you know, the Squire Slime doing it without a copper short sword. Maybe some, you know, random melee weapon, if you throw it on a slime, it has a really unique effect of turning them into a secret NPC slime. I don't know. I just feel like there were much better ways to implement the concept of town slimes. Because I do get the town slimes. Like, they are cool. It is a really fun idea having slimes as NPCs. They're just so oversaturated, and there are too many of them. I want a Deathbringer Nightmare pick. Which, by the way, this is a very niche piece of information. The Nightmare pickaxe is so much worse than the Deathbringer pickaxe. Like, it's really, really bad in comparison. And the reason for that, firstly, it is slower outright. The Nightmare pickaxe has a slower tool speed than the Deathbringer pickaxe, and it looks, when you look at them, the Nightmare pickaxe says very fast speed, whereas the Deathbringer pickaxe says fast speed. It looks like the Nightmare pickaxe should be faster, but that's the use speed, not the tool speed, which is different from, you know, that's referencing how fast it swings, not how fast it hits blocks. Nightmare pickaxe is slower, and the 65% pickaxe power versus 70% pickaxe power is very consequential, because Hellstone and Corrupted Stone have 200% HP, which means it would take 4 swings with the Nightmare pickaxe. Whereas with the Deathbringer pickaxe, it only takes 3 swings. I believe the Deathbringer pickaxe is 44% faster than the Nightmare pickaxe if you have both of them reforged to light, which is really consequential. In fact, the Deathbringer pickaxe is barely even slower than the Molten pickaxe when mining, like, Hellstone. I think it's 36 frames versus 30 frames to mine a block of Hellstone with light reforge, versus the Deathbringer pickaxe at, like, 52 frames. It's really quite bad. Okay, do we want to fight Queen Bee? I mean, I guess we could fight Queen Bee. Problem is, we're gonna need a pretty decent... Boats get 3 at max mining speed buffs? Yeah, but even at max mining speed, the Deathbringer pickaxe will still be considerably faster, because it'll break in 3 blocks instead of... in 3 hits instead of 4 hits. Deathbringer versus Nightmare matter in For the Worthy? No, they would both break in 2 hits regardless. But the Deathbringer pickaxe will be slightly faster. At least unless you have max mining buffs, speed buffs to get them to 3. I should really make a pylon down in the underworld. Not bad. Can you even get max speed pre-hard mode? Maximum mining speed is 70% mining speed buffs. You cannot benefit from more than 70% mining speed. I'm actually making a video on mining right now, which is why I'm knowledgeable on all this. So an Ancient Chisel, a mining potion, a food buff, a major food buff, and ambrosia is already maximum mining speed, along with the light reforge. Slice of cake, Ancient Chisel, mining potion, that's maximum mining speed. And the light reforge is a separate thing that applies to the tool speed beforehand, and then you apply a 70% modifier to that. You can't get down to 1. I mean, the fastest you could get is 9 times 0.3, which I think is 3. That's the maximum speed of the bone pickaxe, and the silver pickaxe, which is the faster, the fastest pre-hard mode pickaxe. Base use speed, base tool speed is 11, and with like that goes down to 9. Bone Pickaxe is also phenomenal and for the worthy. If you've never used it, it breaks... Oh, it rounds down to 2? Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah. It rounds down to 2. Okay, well, in that case, Silver and Bone can get down to 2. Okay, I need Obsidian Skin. I don't have Obsidian, though. Also, fun fact. Drills... The Luminite drills are considerably better than every other drill, relative to their pickaxe. The Luminite drills have a tool speed of 2, which means the only situation in which the Luminite pickaxes will be faster than the Luminite drills is if you have 65% mining speed buffs, which is basically the highest you can get, or 70% if you don't have a light reforge. Or some other speed boosting reforge. I'm not sure about the block swap thing. I'll have to look into that. But, Luminite drills are very, 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 good relative to the other drills, which usually only require somewhere between like 35 to 40% mining speed to have the pickaxe beat them out. Now, granted, it's not gonna stand up to, you know, other endgame things like the drill containment unit or the celebration mug too. Bomb's gonna feature in the vid? Yes, but I don't know exactly. It's hard to quantify explosives and compare them to pickaxes. Because there are a lot of variables with fuse time and the fact that you have to follow them down. So it's hard to definitively say like, oh yes, bombs destroy this many blocks per second, because there's not always going to be the same amount of blocks in an area, and there's a lot of micromanaging it, and you're not going to be throwing them at the highest speed. There's water over here. Yeah, in For the Worthy, the Bone Pickaxe breaks every block that it can mine in one hit, and is also the fastest pre-hardwood pickaxe, which makes it incredible. Oh yeah, Scarab Bombs are also better. For the sake of elevators, I'm not going to do actual bombs. I would just mention Scarab Bombs. Yeah, I think just Phoenix Blast or Molten Pickaxe. I don't really need Obsidian. Well, I want Obsidian Skin for, hold on. Oh, I need Fire Blossom. I guess we have to go to the Underworld anyway. Yeah, well, I'm slightly annoying to get. So, the Underground Desert is phenomenal in terms of mining buffs. It is the single best biome in the game to go to if you want to mine quickly, especially in the early game. It has Scarab Bombs. It has the Fossil Pickaxe, which is better than every single ore pickaxe. It's basically just a faster Platinum Pickaxe. It's not quite as fast as the Bone Pickaxe or Reaver Shout, but it is still very good. It gives you Antlion Mandibles, which let you make Mining Potion. It has the Ancient Chisel. So while getting the fossils for Scarab Bombs can be a little bit annoying, if you want to mine well, you'll probably be going to the Underground Desert anyway and get them incidentally. You can get Banana Splits, that is true. keep forgetting I have the horseshoe. Yeah, as far as the drill thing, I don't know about the block swapping thing, but if I were to guess, it would be that block swap doesn't use your modified mining speed after buffs, and it uses the base tool speed of the weapon, and therefore because drills have a higher base tool speed, they would block swap faster. Is that why that happens? Or is it just some weird, like, glitch in the code that has a weird quirk? Oh, mining speed buffs apply to drills when block swapping. Oh. Okay, that's interesting. After playing Get Fixed Way of the muscle memory with double jump before you hit the ground. After just playing for a while in general, I feel like it's kind of just instinctive. I feel like avoiding fall damage. Like even with wings, I'm still at the point of feeling the need to cancel fall damage just because I've died a lot to fall damage over the years. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't make an obsidian skull, and I believe the only obsidian skull upgrade that doesn't give defense is obsidian water walking boots. Maybe the upgrade with the lava charm doesn't give it too, but I'm not positive. So I can't use the obsidian skull. So instead I have obsidian skin potions, which do give you immunity to the burning debuff from meteorite and hellstone. But you managed to use double jump after a normal jump when using the cloud somehow? That is very odd. I didn't think cloud saves would have an impact on actual gameplay performance. Are you sure it's because of the cloud saves and not some other fluke? It always consistently happens when you're using cloud saves and never otherwise? You shouldn't use cloud saves in Terraria. Oh, you can buy the lucky horseshoe with it? I already have the horseshoe with the balloon. I forget how many obsidian skull upgrades there are. You shouldn't use cloud saves in Terraria anyway. Because the Steam Cloud is notorious for corrupting save files, and clouds in general. You jump at double jump shortly after. Or is it 5 a.m. you have slept at all and you don't feel tired? Help me? I I mean, the only thing I could think of that would help is, have you been, like, on a computer the whole time? Sometimes blue light from computer screens can mess with your ability to feel tired. A lot of devices will have the options to do, like, warm modes, which changes the color scheme to something more orangey, which can help with that. You can usually set it up to go on automatically. It'll be called, like, night mode or night shift or something. Yeah, you could fix for World Corrupts 2 days ago. Seemed to try to make a backup. Yeah, that's why you shouldn't make cloud saves. Oh, wait, you mean just cloud. I see. Sorry, Preemptive sunflower. I don't want to go back to the Dryad and buy a bunch of sunflowers. Let me get the, it's just down here. I guess actually Goblin Tinkerer. I do have a mushroom. Dye Trader might have been down here. That would be nice. Yeah, you shouldn't use cloud saves, because the Steam Cloud is notorious for corrupting your save files. If you do want... It also... Like, taking things on and off the cloud messes up map data a lot of the time, because I think the map data doesn't properly get downloaded when you take something off the cloud. If you want to play between different computers, you can use cloud saves, but recognize that you might have the world get corrupted as a result. Oh yeah, slopes do weird things. They detect you weirdly. When you're going down. And they also do really weird things with fall damage, which can be very annoying. Because sometimes when you're going down a slope, it doesn't consider you to have touched the ground. You can copy of the local save. That won't have the map data. You'll need to copy the map data as well. But yeah, you can do that. The map data is stored in a folder with the character's name. Do I have a... Yeah, I need to bring the world file as well. What's a full move? Okay. Honestly, I don't even really need... I'll go, I have a staff of regrowth somewhere, don't I? Don't I? I thought I got a staff of regrowth. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm just thinking of something else. Guess I must be. This will just be a lot easier if I make obsidian skins. We only need... It's 17 for the Phoenix Blaster and 20 for the Molten Pickaxe. So 37, about 111, 121. Yeah, it's 111. Fountain bottle from the cloud? Yes, the fountain bottle gets you considerably more. All of the X in a bottles have different heights that they get you to. The cloud in a bottle is the smallest distance, followed by the tsunami in a bottle, followed by the blizzard in a bottle, followed by the fount in a bottle, followed by the sandstorm in a bottle. They also have different accelerations that they take you at. I can't stand the fount in a bottle because I use double jumps pretty much non-stop, and I hate listening to a repeated fount sound. Yes, in terms of the height that you get, the fountain in a bottle is the second highest. It's not used in the bundle of balloons, though. Attract to the red Zamo. Just with that man in potty humor. He certainly does enjoy his fountain poop jokes. I still get disappointed every time I remember that poo blocks exist in Terraria. That's enough hellstone. "50 types of toilets the game has." Maybe they had poop furniture. Don't give him any ideas. Poop blocks give a poison effect? I don't know, I have never obtained poop blocks in Terraria, and I have no intention to ever do so. They give you stinky. Stink effect, and it negates fall damage. Oh, potions of return are nice. I guess I could get some shadow chests for that. Block clutch. I got a health wood, right? Yeah, I did. I'm being saved by poop. I mean, if you wanted to negate fall damage, you've got cloud blocks, and you can also just put cobwebs underneath you when you're falling. Sorry that you brought this up. You should be. You should feel ashamed of yourself. Okay, life force potion. Meteorite bows, that's nice. I mean, treasure magnet's nice to have. Also, fertilizer. The destroyer, no defense. Oh, we'll get there when we get there. I don't think it'll be too bad. We'll just need to have quite a powerful piercing weapon to do that comfortably. Oh wait, Phoenix Flash is only 10? I guess I'm just thinking of something else. Must be the Imp Staff. Yeah, that's right, Imp Staff is 17. Okay. Let's see if I can get this to Unreal. Bit pricey. Bit pricey. One more good reforge. Alright, whatever. We'll stick with Rapid. That's fine. Okay. Get some meteorite. I'm gonna find where that landed. Haven't seen it on the right half of the world when I was doing Skeletron, so let me check the left half. Blade Tongue is the best piercing weapon pre-mech boss according to Google. I'm sorry, do you think Google knows how to play Terraria? Who the fuck thinks the Blade Tongue is the best piercing weapon pre-mech? Yeah, that sounds like something an AI chatbot would say. If Google thinks the Blade Tongue is the best piercing weapon pre-mech, Google doesn't know shit. Couldn't be cheesy over to get 1,000 beanades in like 5 minutes? Damn. I didn't really like beanades for Legendary Wall of Flesh. I prefer just the Phoenix Blaster. Star Cannon? The Star Cannon's a hell of a lot better of a piercing weapon than the Blade Tongue is. Now, we'll see how we feel when the time comes. Destroyer will probably not be the first mech boss we fight. Oh, the meteorite might be at the bottom of a corruption chasm. That happens sometimes. It's pretty annoying. Because it can be difficult to detect where it is. Oh, I didn't find an obsidian skin potion either. Well, let's find it, and then we can come back with an obsidian skin. It's the best piercing weapon. Star Cannon. Super Star Shooter if you've done another mech boss first. I mean, the only candidates are, like, Star Cannon, Drippler, Crippler, Super Star Shooter, Tome of Infinite Wisdom. I'm using Drunk to remove some of my defense? No. If something gives me defense, I can't use it. End of story. Daedalus is not the best piercing weapon. Golden Shower. The Golden Shower... 1, the Golden Shower does not even have infinite piercing. 2, the Destroyer has specifically, like, a very large damage resistance against the Golden Shower. The Golden Shower is very, very bad against the Destroyer. That is the Destroyer's expert mode buff, is it has a damage resistance against the Golden Shower. As to the defense reduction, the Destroyer is immune to all debuffs and cannot have Ichor applied to it. Daedalus Holy Arrow is very good for Destroyer? No, it's not. We are not in 1.3. Holy Arrows have been nerfed into the ground. They're not even the best arrow to use with Daedalus Stormbow. I think Unholy or Gestures gets you more mileage against the Destroyer than Holy Arrows do. Be on top of the tree. Static iframes kills piercing arrow damage with Daedalus. I don't think it's that much of an issue. The Destroyer has so many segments, and the Daedalus has such a wide spread that I've never found it to be a huge problem. Like, it's not ideal, and you will miss out on some damage, but I don't find it to be, like, catastrophic loss of damage. Ever played Baba as you? No, I haven't. Even bone arrows do more DPS to Destroyer than holy arrows with Stormbow? That's fucking hilarious. Got the Zenith? True, I could do Transmutation. The Crimson Rod solo Destroyer with the Hand of the Probes. Do you mean the Nimbus Rod? Because I would like to see the Crimson Rod solo to the Destroyer. Okay. The Nimbus Rod got nerfed. It no longer has infinite piercing. So it's not nearly as good for the Destroyer as it used to be. What does Shimmer arrows do with the Stormbow? I don't know. I've never used them. The Stormbow. Do we come out at 2 sentries? Yeah, I imagine it's reasonably effective. Sure, I got so many weapons nerfed. They still fall up, don't know the range though. Yeah, Shimmers exist. Well, the problem is they are very difficult to use. So most of the time they're not really a plausible weapon choice, so you just kind of forget they exist. What Shimmers do, they have reversed gravity, where instead of falling downward, they fall upward. Makes aiming them a bit awkward. They do have high base damage, I believe, though. But I don't know if they... Oh, I think that was the... Right there. Do they have higher base damage than Unholy Arrows? If they don't have higher base damage than Unholy Arrows, then there's really no reason to use them. But if they did have higher base damage than Unholy, I could see them being used with, bows that override... Maybe like the Blood Rain bow that overrides arrow types. Second highest behind Venom. That doesn't sound right. Well, I guess damage buffs, that would make sense. But even still, second highest behind Venom doesn't sound quite right. Only highest in the pre-hard mode. Okay, yeah. Makes sense. But that's only like one higher than Unholy, right? Isn't Unholy 11? Or is it 10? Hellfire of 13? Hey, Cubsby? I'll take a guess on that one. Hide with Unholy? Yeah, I mean, they are technically... You know, they are... Not even technically. They are pre-boss and rather consistently obtainable pre-boss, but... They're just so awkward to use that I wouldn't want to use them with a regular weapon. And once I'm post-evil boss, I would much rather just use Unholy Arrows, because Unholy Arrows are really good. You can buy Unholy Arrows from the Arms Dealer at night after killing the evil boss. And they are just extremely good arrows. They have piercing, they have super high base damage. They don't have... They have very little damage drop-off per pierce, unlike Jester's arrows, which does pierce more, but has significantly higher damage drop-off. They're usually my go-to weapon for... Or go-to ammo for Skeletron. That's one. So we do have an interesting conundrum of what we, what we want to do for the Wall of Flesh. I can't really afford to take lasers from the Wall of Flesh. So whatever setup I have needs to allow me to avoid the damage from the lasers with pretty much perfect consistency, rather than occasionally eating a couple of them. Oh, no, I'm not using the Hellwing Bow. He says they can be dropped by Eye of Cthulhu and Corruption Worlds. Yeah, they can, but they're dropped in very small amounts is the problem. Oh, is Dynamite? No. I don't want to use Dynamite. I said it's pre-Skeletron in the Drunk World. Yeah, I'm aware. It's also pre-boss. Like, well, if you get lucky, I don't even think there's luck involved. I think isn't there just a guaranteed cold chest at that spawn height? Also, you can use various exploits to get the Muramasa, without killing Skeletron. You always know where it is. The first chest will always be a Muramasa, so I think there's always a gold chest that spawns up there. Both eyes are behind blocks. That's way too much building. I mean, I know a strategy that will work, and I honestly really like the idea of this strategy, so I want to try it. So I know what I'm going to do. Because I had this idea a little while ago, and I don't know if it's going to work the way I want it to work, but I want to see if it does. Which is to basically use a bunch of one-way platform hooks to be able to shoot at the Wall of Flesh while it can't shoot back. And theoretically, I think this should work, but I've never done it before, So I want to see if it's feasible. At Edge, pre-Skeletron normally using the volcano, the Moabas, the blade glass. Well, the Moabas is lootable in the dungeon, so outside of some exploits to loot the dungeon before killing Skeletron, you wouldn't be able to actually get the Moamasa. And in the Drunk World, you can get the Moamasa without any exploits. That's a plus. This be interesting, because this should be a pretty easy setup. The way I'm thinking of doing this. I'll have to see how it plays out. I have Cthulhu exploit. Yeah. You can also just hoik into the dungeon. And there are other ways to override the NPC spawn limit. I mean, you could probably honestly do it with target dummies. I think you only need like 15 things spawned in before stuff will stop spawning. So if you just... Actually, I don't know if those count as enemies, though. They might just count as NPCs. They probably don't count as enemies, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Where the bridge doesn't get destroyed? It's not going to get destroyed. Crimson Worlds can use Vertebra for Unholy. Is that a thing? Did they make it so you can use Vertebra for Unholy Arrows? One more hooks and hoik platforms? Yeah. Just hammered platforms that you can shoot through. Like I said, I had this idea the other day. Why don't you build it on solid blocks? I probably should just use solid blocks. I was thinking about that, but... I have frostbite boots. I can use ice. Worm teeth or vertebra. Okay. That makes me even better. Yeah, by the way, frostbite boots do not increase your speed on ice. They increase your acceleration. Your maximum running speed is the same. So there's no functional advantage in terms of how fast you'll be moving away from the wall of flesh if you build your arena out of ice. But it will increase or decrease this amount of time it takes for you to reach your maximum running speed to get away from the wall. Corruption World, you can craft and shimmer battle potions to convert rotten chunks into vertebra. I would be very, very afraid of anyone who spent their time doing that. Because I cannot imagine a single situation in which you would ever want to do that. To craft unholy arrows. But you have to get so much deathweed. And, like, it's faster to just get worm's teeth to craft them. Because potion shimmering is not one-to-one. You get severely diminished returns out of crafting potions. So, I would be very, very concerned of anyone that spent their time doing that. Table lets you bridge the gap if you do Skeletron before Eater of Worlds. You can't get infinite potion ingredients from crafting with the alchemy table. The Shimmer decraft rate is worse than the alchemy table consumption rate, I'm pretty sure. Deathweed can be planted, though. Yeah, and it's still not worth spending all of that time when you can just farm worm's teeth to craft unholy arrows. Devourers are not that rare, and they drop quite a few per thing. I don't know. I remember trying it at one point and getting significantly less stuff from shimmering than I consumed at an alchemy table. Or the more reasonable solution, just use Jester's arrows. Like, there's no situation in which you would want to do that. You can convert any jungle bug into buggy using the same shimmer trick? What, do you make, like, buggy statues? That's interesting. That one actually has useful utility. Buggy statues? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Beat Legendary and Mobile? Nice. Good job. You know, I mean, if you could do that, everyone would do that, right? I mean, that's infinite potion ingredients just from an alchemy table. I feel like if you could get that through a Shimmer decrafting exploit, I would have heard about that being a possibility and would have done that. But I've tried that, and you just lose so many potion ingredients. It's not, like, anywhere near a good return rate. A Gore Legendary next. Ah, good luck. So if I could, like... I want the Trimarang to use gender change potions when you did it. I mean, you were also playing modded, which raises the possibility of just the mod changing how Shimmer decrafting works. I mean, I haven't tried it with gender change potions. So I can't say for certain, but... What about garlands? Well, you don't get decreased consumption rate with garlands. You would just... make the garland and then shimmer the garland. Like, the idea of what would be going on, which, as we're saying, doesn't work, unless there's something with the gender change potion specifically, because of the number of herbs it uses, is that because the alchemy table reduces the amount of herbs it takes to... it causes you to occasionally save on potion ingredients. You could then shimmer what you craft to make infinite things, because you save on ingredients and then you get rid of them. Oh, and then you get them back by shimmering them. But, you know, the devs thought of that before implementing Shimmer and made it so that you get significantly reduced returns when shimmering potions. 20%? Is that the return rate? Yeah, I mean, if you got lucky, I guess you could get up on potion ingredients that way, but odds are you would just lose them. I think a 33% chance to be returned, not to not be returned. Alchemy table is 20% chance. No, it's a 33% chance to not consume ingredients, not a 20%. Yeah, I can't use Shield of Cthulhu. I wouldn't if I could, but I can't. That's a long time on fire. We gotta go home now. You despise trying to make lightning boots? You don't have to make them. If you don't like making them, you can just not. Fishing for the if the choice was between fishing for the aglet or crafting or not crafting lightning boots, I would just not craft lightning boots. I think the aglet's like a 1 in 225 drop rate from wooden crates last time I checked. That's not... I don't want to fish for that. Unless they buffed it at 1.4.4, which is possible. But, I just not get the lightning boots. It's like a 5% chance. So 1% from crates. Is it a 1% to, like, get... 5% chance for the slot, then like 8 items. Yeah, I think it's like functionally 1 in 225 for specifically an aglet, but the odds of getting any particular wooden chest item are higher. I mean, you can get the aglet from fishing, but I don't think that's a worthwhile use of time. 1 in 225? Yeah. Fishers and no, not fishers. The lightning boot benefit is not that, like... You can slap on a Magiluminescence. If you're in hard mode, you can just use asphalt. Like, you don't need that lightning boot speed buff. It's nice, but... Yeah, or honestly, if you wanted an aglet, that your best odds would be just Skeleton Merchant. And then bring a bed. Find a Skeleton Merchant, bring a bed, and then just sleep until it's the proper moon cycle for him to sell the aglet. Arguably, amphibian boots are better. You can make a lot of arguments for a lot of different things. Amphibian boots also require a bunch of fishing, so I am even less likely to make amphibian boots than I am to fish for an aglet for lightning boots. If I want ascension speed, I would, I mean, balloons also give ascension speed, and are really nice. And while it is, you know, another accessory slot, I'm quite fond of balloons. Amphibian boots are good for Duke pre-mech. We're not talking about doing Duke fish run pre-mech, we're talking about fishing for an aglet for lightning boots and that not being worthwhile. Like, yeah, amphibian boots have usefulness. They can be used for good things, but that doesn't make fishing for an aglet... Like, that doesn't really have any bearing on whether or not fishing for an aglet is... Slimy Saddle shots? Slimy Saddle is pretty fun. There's a Magma Stone. Damn, 126 damage from a Demon Scythe. I don't know. I feel like every time... there's a certain group of people that anytime, like, lightning boots are brought up, they immediately go, but amphibian boots exist, which I always find to be a little bit silly. We're not talking about amphibian boots. We're talking about lightning boots. Unholy Trident can one-shot you. I'm sure there are quite a few things that could kill me from max HP in hard mode. I have not made amphibian boots in literal years because the odds of me fishing for the items to get amphibian boots are exceedingly low. If I ever fish, I am fishing for one particular item, and then we'll stop fishing after that. And I pretty much never will incidentally get all of the items required to craft amphibian boots, and I'm sure as hell not going to go out of my way to fish for them. It's like a 1 in 2,000 drop for the frog leg from fishing. If I'm remembering correctly, and obviously your fishing power will weigh on that a lot, but then you also need the shellfish boots, and like didn't even get them in Legendary Fixed Boy Hardcore. No, I don't want them in Legendary Fixed Boy Hardcore. I don't like them. If, like, Ascension Speed is not a problem if you have a balloon, and I had a bundle of balloons. I would much rather have a bundle of balloons than amphibian boots. So, the argument for what... Firstly, in pre-hard mode, amphibian boots are worse. And if you think amphibian boots are better in pre-hard mode, you are wrong. Just end of story. In hard mode, because of the way they scale with wings... Amphibian boots provide a percentage ascension speed increase, whereas Spectre boot upgrades provide a flat flight time increase. So, that flat flight time increase is not particularly consequential as you get later in the game and have wings that have very high innate flight times. And the percentage ascension speed increase can be very nice, as it helps you get up much faster. Balloons also provide an innate ascension speed increase, and I just use a balloon because they basically have vertical dashes built into them. I would much rather a pair of lightning boots, a white balloon, and a pair of wings in hard mode over the Shield of Cthulhu, amphibian boots, and a pair of wings. Or is the Hellforge white rarity? Good question. Bundle is better than amphibian free hard mode. Lightning boots are just better than amphibian free hard mode full stop. Like, there's really no situation where I'd want amphibian boots in free hard mode over even Spectre boots. You don't need the, like, jump speed, and flight is incredibly impactful. And if you have fledgling wings are basically unusable without Spectre boots, but become moderately usable with Spectre boots. They changed that 1.4.4. They nerfed amphibian boots in 1.4.4. I think they went from like a 49% ascension speed increase down to like a 30% ascension speed increase. But in exchange, they allowed you to stack multiple frog leg accessories, so that you could get better ascension speed by wearing multiple accessories at once. So yeah, amphibian boots are even worse than they were before 1.4.4 because they got nerfed. Fledgling wings are completely unnecessary. You don't need fledgling wings. They're very good if you're doing a challenge where fishing is very important. What? What? Like a challenge where you can only use items that you fish? I mean, yeah, you could make that argument, I guess. Guy who does a 30x spawn rate challenge? I mean, you can still fish for all the pieces of light. Oh, I guess... Yeah, I mean, you can still fish for all the pieces of lightning boots. Fledgling wings were never worth it. The blade tongue is your best weapon in a challenge where you can only use the blade tongue. Yeah. Like, yes, obviously challenges will adjust the assessment of what's good or bad. You can, but imagine jungle with 30x spawn rate. I mean, I feel like challenges like that are a meme that just kind of make you unable to play most of the game, and then just require you to look for loopholes to be able to play the game. But it's a similar thing to, like, a couple of other challenges I've done where it's funny for a minute, and then it's just kind of like, okay, well now I just need to pull teeth in order to get anything done. HP Hardcore is also unplayable. 1 HP Hardcore is just not fun. Every spot and background. Yeah, like things like that to make it so you can actually do boss fights. I mean, I'm sure I could do 1 HP Hardcore. I've already beaten most of the game in 1 HP Hardcore. I died post-Plantera the last time I tried it, but I don't want to. It's not fun. It's really just not fun in any way, shape, or form. It's pretty miserable. Challenge 1 is not knowing how to evade legendary Skeletron vertically without both frog legs and balloon. It's the funnest challenge I've done. It's hard to say, because there's been a lot of fun challenges I've done. Okay, it's fun for you? I don't care about you. I'm talking about what's fun for me. You know, guys, personally, I'm really not a big fan of just biting into a raw onion and eating it. I really don't think that's fun. Oh, wait, but hold on. You could argue that it's fun for you, that you enjoy eating raw onions. What the fuck? What? Well, I'm sure that some people might... it's fun for you to watch me bite into a raw onion. Ever tried speedrunning? A little bit. I don't like Terraria speedrunning. I think Terraria is an awful game to speedrun. It's just not a game that's fun to speedrun, in my opinion. I've speedrun some other games a bit. Not a whole lot, just because I don't really enjoy speedrunning too much to begin with. This is more than enough space for the Wall of Flesh. Rainworld speedruns? I've thought about it, but The problem is, as soon as you begin speedrunning a game, you are pretty much incapable of ever playing that game casually and having fun with it for the rest of your life. No, it's got nothing to do with randomness. You can speedrun Rainworld pretty easily. And I enjoy playing Rainworld. And if I were to begin speedrunning Rainworld, I would likely no longer have fun playing Rainworld. When I say Rainworld dig, SteamWorld dig? I don't know what that means. I'm doing alright, Rookie. How are you? Yeah, I finished a 1 HP hardcore run on expert, play like speedrun timer and everything. Yeah, I mean, there are two schools of thought for doing challenges like that. You can either speedrun through it as fast as possible, or put a lot of effort into one run. I would not want to speedrun, though. Just... Oh, it's a set seed? That's a bit lame. I don't know, it's just... I've never had good experiences with speedrunning in the past. Box of screw ice. Yeah, put them on top of it, yeah. Pretty much every single time I've interacted with speedrunning communities, it's always been just negative, and off-putting, which really doesn't leave me in a position where I particularly want to interact with speedrunning communities or do speedrunning. Like, at the end of the day, that's the reason why I don't particularly like speedrunning. Because I've only ever had negative interactions with speedrunning communities. I keep looking away from screen and jumping, and I end up jumping directly into something. Finish Radiant. Any Radiants had more hours in the fight than the rest of the game itself. It says Gullible in the chat. Yeah, you just wrote it in the chat. Practicing the fight. That's like the mod that makes Radiance like super unfair, right? Weapon in class. I'm using the Phoenix Blaster as far as class. I don't. One of them? Oh, there are multiple? Okay. Let's try this. Let's try this out. The idea is going to be to keep the wall of flesh on the edge of the screen. And keep a barrier between us. And then use one-way hoiks so I can shoot through them. Where are my bullets? I'm not fighting the wall of flesh right this second. I still have arenas set up. Like, I'm reasonably confident if I were to go back to doing 1 HP hardcore, I could finish it. But I don't know if I would have fun doing it. I'm Probably wouldn't. Especially because I am a lot better at the game than the last time I was doing 1 HP hardcore. Like, when I died to Duke Fishron doing 1 HP hardcore, I had not fought Duke Fishron in, like, months. That's why I died to Duke Fishron. Because I just genuinely had not played the game in forever. What's the point of doing it? People will shut up about mentioning it. That's the main benefit. I'm really curious to see how this arena works out. Hope it goes well. That's basically the only reason I did lawnmower only, is so people would stop bringing it up. It's just very annoying. Does Skyblock run in Terraria? No. The problem is Skyblock is just... So I stream pretty much all the challenge ones I do. And yeah, you'll see how it works when we're done with it. But I had a 90-hour fight, right? Yeah. I paused the game, but overall it took about 90 hours. Terraria Skyblock is basically just fishing, and that's it. And it's not fun to watch. Terraria Skyblock is a fun conceptual challenge, but actually doing it is pretty miserable, because it's literally just fishing, or waiting around for random events to happen so that you can get the drops from those events. And that's not fun to watch. That's not really fun to play. It's fun to think about, potentially, and go like, oh, hey, this is a thing you can do. This is how you would do it. But then actually doing it is not fun. Minecraft Skyblock far better. Yeah, Minecraft Skyblock I think is more interesting, just because the nature of how Minecraft works lends itself to more restrictive challenges like that. Whereas Terraria, it's basically just fishing. Kind of depends on the map. I guess that's true. Yeah, different maps would have different things. It would work well in a YouTube video. It would cut 99.8% of it. Yes, but then that's time I'm spending not working on another YouTube video. And I can make a lot more interesting YouTube videos with the dozens of hours it would take to do a Skyblock playthrough, instead of doing a Skyblock playthrough. Like, I remember in the wiring Discord that I'm in, I saw somebody mentioning how they were doing a true one-block Skyblock playthrough in Terraria, which means they spawn on one block and that's it. Period. There's nothing else in the world. They have nothing else but what they spawn with. And it basically needs to use, like, transmutation to turn different blocks into different things and different exploits like that, which is cool conceptually, but doing that and watching that is not fun. What was the block? I don't know. If I were to guess grass, I didn't. I didn't ask that part, but I just saw other people talking about it. I think it is cool conceptually to think about, but sitting there and waiting for, like, slime rains to happen in expert mode, which is an extremely rare occurrence that can happen when you have less than 140 HP, because normally it's gated behind 140 HP, but in expert mode, sometimes slime rains can happen before that time. If I'm not enjoying what I'm streaming, it will be pretty obvious. You can go watch the Noida stream for when they release Skyblock Seed. Would I try it or not? I don't know what you're talking about. You guys are talking about 1.4.5. I don't want to know anything about it. Next update secret. Streaming Terraria is genuinely a miserable experience. I hate having to interact with people. This is awful. I have, like, no interest in playing 1.4.5 anymore. And it's not your fault, Gogo. Not you specifically. But just a periodic, complete lack of any sort of mystery or interest regarding the update, leaves me with basically no desire or interest in anything in the update. I am not trans, Metrox. Like, I have zero interest whatsoever in 1.4.5 if there's no mystery or nothing to find in the update. And because of the nature of random people online talking about things, it's basically impossible to maintain that interest. When streaming. And the problem is you can't write it in, like, channel rules, not to spoil things, because then people will intentionally come in and spoil them. There's really not anything I can do about that, aside from just, like, not read chat for months until the update drops. I did TM in WG, but I can't write that in the rules, or else people will come in and then explicitly spoil things, because I told them not to. Yeah, did you enjoy the playthrough where I, like, played 1.4.4 for the first time? That was a fun playthrough. That's not gonna fucking happen in 1.4.5 if you keep spoiling everything regarding the update. I'm going to walk into it with very little interest or excitement in my voice. I'm gonna just sound dead inside. And I'm not going to want to play it. At least, I'm not going to want to stream playing it for the first time. Have you watched me play Calamity Mod again after I played it for the first time? I've had a miserable experience every single time. Because the fun part of, no, Fry. I'm gonna put a door there. No, if I put a hoik in the other direction, the wall flash will be able to shoot through it. I need a door. Realistically, I don't think I actually need this much, vertically. Gonna place dynamite? No. I'm gonna shoot him. You know, cheesing requires more effort than fighting him normally. I'm not really cheesing the boss so much as I am making a setup in which I can avoid shooting the boss. Like, this isn't intended to cheese him. This is intended to give me a way of fighting the wall of flesh without getting hit by lasers. Because I have 0 defense, and the lasers will very, very, very quickly kill me. Honestly, like, the cheese strategy I made for the wall of flesh is not that hard to set up. Like, you don't actually need that many explosives, and some of the boss cheeses I made did, you know, they were a lot harder than beating the boss normally, but I do think that wall of flesh cheese is pretty cool. And not terribly hard to make if you know what you know how to set it up. How many hours do I have in Terraria? It's like 4.9 thousand? I don't remember exactly. Been all done updating? I have no idea. I think they had mentioned a desire to continue content for the game at some point, but whether or not that's actually going to happen, or whether that means through, like, supporting mods officially, or making new things, or what, I don't know. Thank you, Metrox. Yeah, the main reason I'm doing this is because this was an idea that I had, and I want to see if this actually works. It should be a good... This is a good run to do it in, because I need a way to avoid the wall of flesh's lasers, but... Place the platforms to smart cursor from the bottom to automatically slope them. Okay. Yeah, that works well. Thank you. Okay, but they have to be on top of each other, I see. Honestly, that annoys me a lot, and I would rather just hammer them. I don't like the speed they get placed at. Feels more in control to just hammer them. Maybe it would be better once the builder potion wears off. I don't know. I kind of just like hammering them. Let's see you, Metrox. Damn, 16 seconds of on fire. About halfway there. I do hope this actually works. I'm kind of Just taking a guess on this one. I guess I could just make sure. I need to... Okay, I need the door to close behind me. So as long as the door closes behind me, we're fine. Bats in Terraria are unrealistically large. They should make them smaller. I think a lot of things in Terraria are unrealistically large. Like, I'd be a little terrified of a butterfly the size of my head. Oh, it does close behind me. I was pretty sure it would. I just wanted to check. Queen bee. Or just bees in general. Got cats hidden in Paris. It was awesome. I'm not familiar. Did you do coach on you? Okay. Okay, fine. Instead of butterfly, dragonfly. Right? Dragonflies are a pretty terrifying predator, and they are nowhere near the size depicted in Terraria. That's very unrealistic. It's a 100 hidden game? Nice. Is it not called 100 Hidden Cats, or is it called 100 Hidden Cats? 'Cause I played 100 Hidden Cats. Yeah, we will still have to deal with the hungry and everything during this. Could be interesting. There's 100 hidden in the name, but you have to find 100 hidden cats. Is it like a localization thing? Where it's called Cats in Paris? Or do I own the game? I'm your friend on Steam, Shark Tales, right? Is it the one that I own? Because I owned a game where you had to find 100 hidden cats in a city. But I don't know if that's the same game. Because that one was called 100 Hidden Cats. I don't own it? Okay. But if this works, if I would ever go back and do 1 HP hardcore, I'd probably use a strategy like this. Probably combined with the explosives cheese trap that I made. But this is just the explosives cheese trap that I made, but without the explosives. It's not a cheap copy, it's a good game. Well, I think this is by the 100 Hidden Games people. They just... It's not... It's by the people who made 100 Hidden Games, but it's not part of the same franchise, right? It's a spiritual successor, like how Elden Ring and Bloodborne aren't part of the Dark Souls series. It's like Where's Waldo, but there's 100 of them. Okay, so I made a video recently called, I bought like the 41 cheapest games on Steam again or something. Go watch the end of that video and you can see the 100 hidden games. I also played 100 Hidden Fogs 2 on stream yesterday. Think about the Wildflash for the most unique boss in the game. Yeah, it's a very... very unique design. And it definitely poses the most unique challenges of any of the bosses. It's not a very good boss. To be blunt, it's not bad, but it's not like... it's more of an obstacle for you to overcome, rather than something that feels like an engaging boss fight. It's a much better boss on classic mode, I think. Which might sound weird, but the Wall of Flesh on difficulties above classic, you can kind of do it on expert, but once you get to like master, it's really not plausible. On classic, the Wall of Flesh can just spawn, and then you have like this dynamic arena in the underworld where you need to like... if you don't prepare an arena ahead of time, fighting the Wall of Flesh on classic is actually pretty engaging. Because you have to constantly find a path forward and avoid lava and avoid all sorts of other obstacles while there's this slowly moving boss behind you chasing you. And that's a really neat idea. And it's something that Terraria doesn't really do anywhere else. But the problem is, as the Wall of Flesh scales on higher difficulties, that's not really feasible. It gets too fast. And you can kind of do it on expert, but it's rather difficult. And you need to have, you know, good mining speed and intuition. You really are going to struggle to do it on a master mode, and on legendary, it's basically impossible. So it's one of the few bosses where, because of the scaling difficulties, because of the scaling difficulty, it very much so makes the fight less engaging, because you're much more restricted in what you can do, and it basically turns into you need to make a long bridge, you need to run away from it, and you need to shoot it from a distance. Or attack it up close with like a Knight's Edge. And the question is just, do you ask the check to do it? You can do it with Dynamite too. The speed running strats. The Hoik allow wall flesh projectiles to get through. Not with the way I'm building it. Yeah, if you're thinking I'm going to make a Hoik so I can pass through from the right, I'm not doing that. I'm putting down a door. Maybe to tweak how it gets buffed and harder difficulties. I think reworking the Wall of Flesh. There are certain bosses where it's very clear that the way the boss is designed, you know, changing them with slight tweaks isn't really going to improve the boss fight. The boss fight kind of just needs to get reworked from the ground up. Or needs to have some very new mechanic introduced to it to completely change the fight. King Slime is a good example of one time they've done this, where they added teleporting to King Slime, which completely changed the fight. It turned King Slime from a complete pushover to something that you actually had to engage with and dodge. And it's still not like, it's a King Slime, but it completely changed King Slime to be a much more interesting fight. And I think with bosses like the Wall of Flesh, I think Queen Slime also falls into this category, where fixing the boss fight kind of just requires reworking them entirely. The one's pushing to look at potentially have good use early game in a run like this, since 100% contact damage is applied to the enemy that dealt it. The way that Thorn's Potions works... Thorn's Potions take the damage you would have taken before defense and damage reductions and reflects that. So Thorn's Potions would be quite bad in a run like this, but Thorn's Potions are quite good during runs where you have a lot of defense, because you reflect the damage you would have taken before defense. Yeah, or like the expert mode changes that really reworked boss fights, like the Eye of Cthulhu. Very, very different fight on expert mode. That's a lot more engaging. And I get what they were going for with the Wall of Flesh, but especially as it scaled into Master Mode and beyond, I don't know how you would, like, fix the fight and make it fun without just completely reworking it. What does the Wall of Flesh even get in expert mode? The Wall of Flesh gets considerably faster in expert mode. It's not just faster, it's considerably faster. The Wall of Flesh on Classic gives the player plenty of time to react and, like, find a path forward. Whereas on Expert, especially as it gets low on HP, it gets very fast. And it also gets more HP, much more damage. The Hungries respawn. And it also shoots faster as it gets lower on HP. I think that's a... Actually, I'm not even sure if that's an Expert mode change, but... Probably problem it gets faster. Well, the problem is that the classic Wall of Flesh is interesting because you don't have to build a bridge, but if you were on Expert or Master mode, like, building a bridge on Classic makes the Wall of Flesh a joke. Like, it's not like slowing down the Wall of Flesh on Expert mode would fix it, because then the Wall of Flesh would just be a complete pushover. Because it's just... If it's slowly moving in your direction and you can just run away from it at a normal speed, you would just build a bridge anyway. Just a little bit to add something else. On Expert, you have the ceiling of flesh and it moves downward. It's tough because the Wall of Flesh is such, like... It really is basically just a DPS and movement speed test. It doesn't feel like something you... It doesn't feel like a boss you fight so much as like a checkmarked list that you fill out and then eventually do. Honestly, it's probably the least interactive boss fight in the game. On high difficulties, just because it is just holding down the movement key and running in one direction, and if you do it properly, it will die, and if you don't, you didn't bring enough stuff to prepare. I think that moves upwards. I mean, so this... Somebody had brought up, I think last time, the idea that... Oh, Legendary Wall of Flesh is fucking awful. Please do not make the actual Wall of Flesh more like the Legendary Wall of Flesh. The imps are horrendous. While yes, they do put pressure on the player, they do it in an awful way. Like, you basically just do the You basically do the same thing of doing the counterplay with the bridge, except instead of making a bridge, you just get imp banners and invalidate them. And that's the exact same issue that the Wall of Flesh has. Genuinely. I think it's evident that Relogic either wants the Wall of Flesh to be like this way, or doesn't understand the problem with the Wall of Flesh as it jumps to expert mode. The problem is that as it gets too fast, you can't really fight the boss in the same way, and you basically just have to do a lot of effort in making counterplay of making a very large bridge so that you can actually kill the boss reasonably. And then For the Worthy, there's the exact same problem of, okay, now there's something that I don't really have counterplay for. I need to just get a bunch of imp banners and put them down, and then I can fight the boss. So, oh, I'm well aware of the Gravedigger Shovel. I just hate the Gravedigger Shovel, Kellum. The Gravedigger Shovel does not use Smoke Coaster and has some very annoying mining mechanics. I think it can't break blocks that have grass on them, right? And it also, like, you have to switch between it and another pickaxe. I don't like it at all. Breaks grass just fine. Somebody had told me it doesn't. It couldn't break things with grass on them. But in any case, I don't like it because of the lack of Smoke Coaster. Oh, it doesn't break them at the same time. That's what it is. There's crafted, if you remember. I never crafted. The Smoke Coaster thing is really the main issue. I always use Smoke Coaster when mining, and I can't stand the shovel not allowing me to use Smoke Coaster with it. It just feels so much clunkier. Okay, now we do this. It's not like it takes a long time to mine soft blocks in the first place. Yeah. See, now we can shoot this way, and shots can't come this way. Opening against the wall of flesh. Oh, Phoenix Blaster. So I could have done this without the setup. Well, I wanted to see if this setup worked. That's a good way to test it. I had this idea, and I wanted to see if it would play out the way I thought it would. It's not that you wouldn't be able to break grass, they just didn't articulate it well. It was that you don't break grass and dirt at the same time. It was probably somebody who, like a lot of people here speak English as a second language, and they don't always say things that, you know, makes immediate sense, but, you know? The wall is how you hit wall of flesh with the blaster. What? I don't understand the question. I can shoot through these. That's just how these work. I was moving right and shoot. Oh, no. Might get more doors. It's a bit more convenient for me to go, from the right to the left than from the left to the right, because my monitor is, I have 2 monitors, and I play Terraria on my right monitor, and the left monitor is everything else. So I don't run the risk of accidentally clicking out of the game, which isn't a huge deal, but I do have a slight preference for going in that direction as a result. I guess we'll keep an obsidian rose just in case. Massive traveling merchant haul time. We can check what he has. Where is he? He's over there. What can you need on mobile too? I gotta buy ammo too. The wait for the wall flesh's minions? No, they're for me to be able to shoot through. DPS meter? Sure, why not? That's about all I want, though. No, the blocks are for the lasers. The hoiks are for me to be able to shoot through the blocks. Oh, yeah. If you, like, streaming without more than 1 monitor is pretty miserable, because it's... Like, you need something to read chat on, otherwise you just can't read chat. And if you don't have multiple monitors, you need to have, like, a phone pulled up, or... something similar that would let you read chat. Which would just be a lot more awkward. Oh yeah, I'm playing the game on my main monitor. That's on 16K. I didn't realize we reached it. Must have happened during the stream. Thank you. Swiftness. Regen. I'll get an obsidian skin just in case. Oh, an iron skin. Because there's a chance, you know, maybe an imp spawns and shoots at me, and I don't want to have 16 seconds of on fire. This is on master mode, as evidenced by the title. Unless you mean, the character difficulty, in which case it's softcore. Yeah, I would hate to go back to 1 monitor after having multiple. Okay, I think we're ready. Oh, I need some more tables, though. But doors. Enough. I get stuck in the limbo between monitors. I do remember it was very annoying when I was doing blindfolded Terraria. Was blindfolded Terraria and... Yeah, specifically when I was trying to no-hit bosses and For the Worthy blindfolded. My mouse would keep getting stuck in the second monitor, so I had to, like, change how they were in relation to each other, so it was impossible for my mouse to move between monitors. To avoid it getting stuck. Got the Trimer Ring? We did eventually get the Trimer Ring. It took, like, 200-something Spore Bats for the Worthy blindfolded. I didn't, like, play the whole game blindfolded, but I no-hit all of the For the Worthy bosses individually blindfolded. And no-hit is being used somewhat loosely because, it was fighting them without getting hit, which, some of the bosses did entail, like, cheesier strategies, just because you know, something like, Skeletron Prime, I think I ended up enraging him with teleporters. You know, the twins, I had a teleporter set up. But bosses like Plantera, Golem, Empress of Light, I did dodge. Was the pizza I made too... Oh, the pizza was fantastic. The sorbet turned out pretty awful. I added too much liquid to it. But the pizza was really good. Yeah. I need to angle my shots downward, it looks like. Or just straight. Yeah, straight. toppings did I use? I made bacon and pepperoni pizza. So that can't make it. It's just that the one that I made didn't turn out that well. Is that just no spread? No, it's accurate. I should only need to move in one direction. Make sure I don't have food on me. Yeah, I don't. The celebration seed number? 5/20/2021? Wait. 5/6/21? 5/6/21? I don't honestly remember. It's been a while. A bone serpent? Get out of here. Yeah, this does work. Not the cleanest, because I'm kind of at the mercy of the wall of flesh for whether or not I'm able to hit it. Like, right now, I can't really, it's a bit tough to hit it. But right now, we got good. Good DPS. I can kind of ricochet them off the ground. I can't shoot upward because of the way that these platform hooks work. At least, it's a bit iffy shooting upwards, where shooting downwards, the attacks will always go through them. 78 damage on a leech. That's not too pleasant. Okay. We're just about dead here. Okay. From what I remember, epic rap battles stopped for a while, but then they got back together, and have been doing some things. I don't know if they still are. That was a couple of years ago. Okay. So we do not put on the sorcerer emblem, because it gives us defense. Easy no hit almost. Yeah, I got bit by a leech a couple of times, but the strategy does work really well. So that's good to know. That is a good way of completely preventing the wall of flesh from shooting at you. Bit intensive to set up, a while to build, but it does work. No! No, don't do this to me! God damn it! Hold on. Maybe if I'm fast, I can... you know, it was the fucking demolitionist. Dryad can go to hell. What happened? This place got corrupted with the V. Is that gonna hit me? Oh, it's gonna hit me. I can, for a brief moment, continue using it, but it's going to, yeah, it looks like they... Actually, no, they're still kicking. Game hasn't updated that their houses are invalid yet. Yeah, it does work for... Oh, you explode all the corruption? Yes! I want my pylon. I didn't get enough dynamite for this. But, like, the problem is the Dryad's a really risky play to go near. This isn't gonna work. I don't have enough dynamite for this. Yeah, no, I... Okay, well, we're just gonna have to say rip underground pylon. We can maybe save it later, but... I'm not gonna use some other things. Okay, I'm gonna sell the Trimarang. And pro tip, early hard mode. Explosive powder. Yeah, the best way to get the Purify a World achievement is to make a small world and blow it up with a Celebration Mark or 2. Empty bullets. Just a very large amount of empty bullets. Okay. I do want a Ranger emblem. That is desirable. Have I found the Shimmer? I have not found the Shimmer. Perhaps I shall. Maybe when I'm mining for, actually, do I even want to mine for hard mode ores? I guess I want the anvil and stuff, if nothing else. For wings and things. Yeah. But I really don't need many ores. I should have bought one more bullet. Damn it, I forgot. Okay, now we retire meteor bullets, never to be seen again. Shall emergence to the bottle of Shimmer. Okay, let's go smash a couple altars. We really don't need many. I should also check where the hollow and stuff is. If the corruption's there, that means the hollow's either way over there or the hollow's over here, and it's probably over here. Yeah, Phoenix Blaster with exploding bullets is incredible crowd control, which is very, very strong in early hard mode, and it's also very, very good at killing wyverns. You had to go to the desert? I went to the desert. If I had found a bass statue when I went to the desert, I would have just ended the run. That was the condition of me going to the desert, is I gave up looking for boots and went, okay, I'm going to go to the desert because there's the highest chance of me finding boots, and if I find a bass statue, I am not continuing this run. Now that it's hard mode, no way in hell I'm going to the desert. Is the... Oh, don't tell me the hollow hit the jungle. That would be miserable. Is that the hollow right there? That sucks. Okay, let me grab some Goldstone. I can see this in some other places. 175 damage. A gastropod laser. No, go away. That's not the right hammer. Smoke tool throwing me off here. Okay, what was that? Okay, the worst, worst set of ores, that's cool. The reason I say that is because the armor is pretty useless for me, meaning what I want is just to make things with as few resources as possible, and it takes more palladium and or chalcum to make tools than it does mithril and cobalt. And yes, I can shimmer them, but Meh. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna seed this a bit to make a more accessible surface hollow. Let's remove the jungle. I'll just put Pearl Stone over here. It'll work fine. Hate when Hollow corrupts the jungle of the desert. Well, the Hollow never corrupts the jungle. Is the problem. I wouldn't care if the Hollow was taking over the jungle. The problem is, it does nothing. It just gets eaten up by the jungle and you don't have a Hollow. Okay, let me check the corruption situation over here. Make sure it's not too bad. I'll probably just run and get some ores. I do think it's worth making drills over pickaxes because I can't use well-fed buffs for mining speed increases, and I only have mining potions. Which means I will get better speed out of drills than pickaxes. Yep, okay. I will seed a little bit of hollow in the snow biome here. To hopefully counteract, particularly down in the underground snow biome. I don't know if I'm going to go down there. Probably won't, but at the very least, it'll stop the corruption from spreading over here. So. Okay. Get the job done. And let's go get some Howard Motors. Launch the left ocean and throw dynamite down. I'm gonna guess the Shimmer's right here. Wait, hold on. I have scarab bombs. I have an empty accessory slot because my emblem is going to go in that accessory slot, and as of right now, it has a defensive reforge, which means I cannot use it. Yeah, time death. She is in a faraway box. Oh, okay. Enchanted sword. Get that out of here. I don't want an enchanted sword. Compared to Win, Team and WG, they were made more rare compared to 1.3, but they also removed fake sword shrines. So any given sword shrine is more likely to, actually have an enchanted sword in it. Shimmer call. And they always have a talon surface. Oh, they did. They might have changed around that. Yeah. Like at the Aegis fruit? No, if I got the Aegis fruit, I would no longer. This run would no longer be valid because I would have defense. Where's the hard mode ores at? Keep it on the hot boat? No. Where's the world size? This is a large world. I made that because I felt like it might be nice for the moon lord to access the extra space. There we go. Extends Calamity. What? Calamity with 0 defense? No, I don't really like Calamity. Oh, there's a bat. The reason you want to play a small world? I would only ever play a small world if I was speedrunning. Yeah, I'm aware, but I'm not playing on a small world, Jesse. Yeah, I know. Let's over Bone Sword? Why not? It's a good weapon. Alright, now you can see the exact damage value of Dynamite, 250. Well, Shimmer doesn't spawn down at the lava layer, so... Go back. Make a drill. And then pick another spot. Maybe over there. This looks like as good as any place. Alright, change the bone sword for the volcano. I don't have a volcano. Also, any melee weapon I have is basically useless, so it doesn't matter. I'm not going to use it anyway. I have a Phoenix Blaster. Going ranged. When you don't have armor, classes don't really exist. And I don't have armor, so like the concept of playing a class is kind of silly, because classes are basically what armor you wear. And as far as the emblem, like, I can shimmer it whenever I want. I'll probably move the underground pylon to here, because I don't see myself going back to the underworld for any reason. Oh, but I have to go pick up the underground pylon. That's annoying. Maybe I won't do that then. They did place it back down. Yeah, no, underground crimson for a fetid bag next, definitely on the table. Seems like a good use of my time. That's true. I could fish up the blade tongue, the best piercing weapon in the game for the destroyer. You don't build your underground base near the V would be. You don't know where the V would be. At best, you can predict it, and whether or not you're correct is a toss-up. I mean, it's not difficult to find the Shimmer. There's not a huge range that can be in. You just have to dig down a little bit. No, we're not getting the fetid backpacks. Yeah, it's much easier to hit bats with the Phoenix Blaster. Get your bullet reflecting bullshit out of here. Man, it only does 20 damage on a reflection. They have nerfed reflected projectiles so hard. It's almost nighttime, too. You might catch me bound, but you'll never catch me being a wizard. Is it a kangaroo? No. Okay, you don't need a backseat, average NVIDIA enjoyer. I am more than capable of playing the game myself. It's Hunter? No, that is the 100th hidden mouse from 100 hidden mice holding its baguette because it's French. Are you sure that's not a... No, that is the 100th hidden mouse. The European one. What do you mean this is normal architecture. The fuck you mean strange looking? I guarantee you, if you pull up, like, who's a talented Terraria, like a Kaios video, and look at what they have, they would have, like, pretty much every single building look exactly like this. This is your standard, Terraria house. A good structural integrity, it's got supports. It operates on Shimmer magic. Definitely not cat looking, because it's not a cat. Yeah, it's very avant-garde. Yeah. Mechanic. Still enough Die Trader. It's a little dude. It's a little mouse. Okay, well, we're here to get a range ramp. Something else I wanted to shimmer? Oh, that's right. I was gonna get the vital crystal or whatever. Life crystal nearby. Let me just buy a, So the problem is, I can't put this down, which means I need to go pay penance for the sins of my past by going and hunting down and destroying the cavern pylon that I placed right above the underworld. Can't see the mouse? Yeah, I mean, if you don't see a mouse there, it's because you're not very good at 100 hidden mice. If you've played 100 hidden mice, if you're an experienced mouse hunter, you would see a mouse there. I can understand how some people might not have those skills because they're just very inexperienced, and honestly a little bit of a noob, but, like, if you know your mice, your hidden mice, you would see a mouse there. Okay. We have more than one pylon of the same type. It's tricky because the concept of pylons is basically making disjointed towns, not just letting you teleport wherever you want, whenever you want. Hey, not everybody has the same education, Marley. You know, more than one pylon at the same time? Not of the same type. Like, I can't place down a cavern pylon because there's already been a cavern pylon placed down. Need NPCs? Yeah, but with the pets, there's... You can? Are you talking about, like, an exploit? Like a desync glitch? Because that's not really what I'm talking about. You can place down multiple pylons of the same type? Okay. What are you trying to say? In what context? Because that is an objectively false statement. unless there is a rider to what you're saying, where you can place down multiple pylons of the same type if you do this. That's just... Like, if there is a pylon placed in the world, you cannot place another pylon of that type. Transmutation? Okay. That is an exploit slash glitch. Which I said wasn't what I was talking about. Use T-edit? Okay, not an exploit or glitch, I'll give you that one. But certainly not normal gameplay. Yeah, I would never use T-edit in a normal playthrough. You can skip what... Yeah, the fastest way to mine in the game is just to go into T-edit and delete the blocks that you want gone. No, I used to edit. Oh wait, hold on. Do we swap to Rock Golem? I don't know. I kind of like Skull. Skull just looks a lot better. Was Skull and Vanity, but Rock Golem and Armor? Okay. Why Cling was so clingy? I think it is an attachment issue that was... why is the painter still... Oh, I guess he just hasn't had a new house to move into yet. Well, also, this is another hidden mice. This one's not French, though. Oh, no, you don't use exploding bullets for... I mean, the Phoenix Blaster is fine for the Twins and Prime. I've used the Phoenix Blaster on the Twins and... Like, I've used the Phoenix Blaster on the mech bosses plenty of times. It's roughly equivalent to the Clockwork Assault Rifle and the Titanium Repeater, I think. It's good. It's a good weapon. But given the circumstances, I might opt for something else. Can we Moonlord with the Phoenix Blaster? Yeah, I have. I beat the whole game with the Phoenix Blaster. Like using against the Wall of Flesh and Meteor Bullets? Yeah, it's my favorite weapon for the Wall of Flesh. Followed by probably the Night's Edge. Yep. The fucking cavern pylon quick stacked. Okay, now I've 3 cavern pylons now. Those testes? What? No, that's fur. That's the mouse fur. Okay, let's get some mythal. Clockwork used to be better than the Mega Shark. You making that up? I don't remember a point in time where the Clockwork Assault Rifle was ever better than the Mega Shark. That would have required the Mega Shark to either have been buffed considerably, which I don't remember, or the Clockwork Assault Rifle to have been nerfed considerably, which I also don't remember. Does chat come up with this stuff? Delusional fantasies? I don't know. They're close to equal? That doesn't sound right. Where are these numbers coming from? Who is telling you that the Clockwork Assault Rifle is better than the Mega Shark? Like, where did this... Who is running these tests? What are the circumstances? Against what? The Clockwork Assault Rifle is, like, about as good as the Phoenix Blaster. 3DS and old mobile Clockwork. Okay, if it was, like, a different platform that wasn't PC, then I could see that, because... Like, leak the Terraria Discord. I'm deeply sorry if you're stuck there. My condolences. I mean, if it was a mobile thing, that's believable. Mobile and console balance was wild. The Clockwork Assault Rifle is significantly better than the Mega Shark if you don't shoot the Mega Shark. Having the rapid fire modifier will greatly increase its fire rate, making it fire faster than the Mini Shark and doing it about as much DPS as the Mega Shark. I'm sorry, who wrote that? Who was the person on the wiki that wrote that? Just because it's on the wiki doesn't make it correct. The wiki said some dumb shit, but... Firstly, firing faster than the Mini Shark is... not a particularly meaningful metric. Secondly, have you heard of defense? The Clockwork Assault Rifle's biggest drawback is that it has fucking awful base damage, which means it gets shut down hard by things that have defense. The Phoenix Blaster has significantly higher base damage, so despite shooting slower, it averages about to doing the same DPS because it doesn't get annihilated by defense in the same way the Clockwork Assault Rifle does. If you were, like, shooting a target dummy with 0 defense using bullets that advantage the Clockwork Assault Rifle and you were also high, I could maybe see the Clockwork Assault Rifle doing the same DPS as the Mega Shark. But I don't see that happening in practice. Yeah, citation needed. keep in mind, the wiki also says that you should avoid firing the gray Zappinator around the post-golem dungeon to avoid killing the things there and accidentally summoning the lunatic cultist. The gray Zappinator, which is the pre-hard mode weapon. And the wiki also says that you should consider using the, or it did at one point. I think this was changed. Dino just sent me this a couple times. You should consider using the Pwn Hammer. Sorry, not the Pwn Hammer. The Breaker Blade when first attacking an enemy, because the Breaker Blade does additional damage to enemies at max HP. And then, after breaking through that initial HP segment, you should use the Key Brand so that you can get the bonus damage from the Key Brand for attacking a wounded enemy. So, I don't really put that much stock in the tips that the wiki offers. Phantom's red on the Vortex Speeder? Yes, it is. Speeder goes boom. They nerfed the Vortex Speeder in terms of, it used to have a really bad audio problem where it would just be unbearably loud. And they nerfed it, but it's still really loud. Nah, I'm gonna stick with the Bone Sword. I think the Bone Sword's better. Well, the volume was an intimidation tactic against enemies, so I would consider it a nerf. Is this a dead man's chest? Oh, it's not. There are boots in there. Damn, that's wild. Iceborne Get Fixed Boy is really good for a free hard mode weapon. Yeah. It's quite bad not in Get Fixed Boy, though, because... Nerf the self-damage to eardrums. Yeah, you can't use it to trigger the Star Veil anymore. Oh, wait, that's the drill. I want the Bone Sword. I can't believe you guys are asking me why I'm still using the Bone Sword. Are you seeing this shit? This is kind of insane. Actuated Silt Suffocate still? I don't know. Is that a wizard? That is a wizard. Hell out of here. Where are the hard mode ores at? Hang on, I think I have enough that I can just... 16 or 18? Okay, but we have Shimmer. We can... So, it takes less Mythval to make tools than it does Orichalcum to make tools. So, by shimmering this into Mythval, we can make a Mythval pickaxe, or a Mythval drill, rather. I think it takes 18 Orichalcum while it takes 15 Mythval. Making more altars? Nah, we're fine. And I guess I'll get a titanium forge. Maybe a titanium repeater? I don't know. I'll see how it feels. I'll use up the Spelunker potion I took. Using drills just because? I'm using drills because they're better. For the purposes I'm using them for. I don't really have very many mining speed buffs. I can't eat food, and I don't have an ancient chisel. All I have is a mining potion, and a pickaxe with a mining potion and a light reforge is not better than a drill. You need 2 mining speed buffs and a light reforge for pickaxes to outperform drills. Most of them are in like the 35% mining speed boost is the point where a pickaxe will do better than a drill. Some of them are a bit higher at like 40-45%, and that's assuming the pickaxe has a speed boosting reforge. Just so clunky and weird. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of drills. In normal play, I don't really make drills, just because I normally have a bunch of mining speed buffs, but it is considerably faster for me to mine with drills than pickaxes at the moment. Yeah, if you have a chisel, like a chisel plus a mining potion is handily better than drills. Even I think without a speed reforge, but... Yes, you're fine. Suppose I should probably get, like... wings. Oh, we could go for the, well, I don't have a pylon in the jungle. That wouldn't go very well. I was gonna say we could go for the pre-mech boss bat wings, but... I'll probably just kill pixies for fairy wings. Fin wings? Oh, dear God, no. Oh yeah, I enjoyed clicking with the Phoenix Blaster, back before it had auto swing. Well, back before the auto swing setting was able to be enabled. I enjoyed it a lot, but now that I have the option, I'm not going to intentionally, like, put my hand clicking repeatedly. If frozen turtle shell, the first one will drop it, you promise? I've already killed a turtle, though. So your promises are based on lies. They're unfounded. I've killed exactly one frozen turtle, and it didn't drop a turtle shell. Okay. 50, 10... I'll get, like, one more titanium thing. It'll let me get, like, a weapon if I want it. Shout out to back when Shadow Dodge was on Titanium Armor. Something to be the 0th one? I don't believe in 0 as a concept. How can you have nothing? There's always something. Alright. Maybe I'll make a technique. What's 2 minus 2? Less than 1. Look, I don't need you pushing your liberal indoctrination. Go back to college and whatever it is, TM and WG, okay? I don't need this math shit. Shout out to back when I was working at a grocery store and there was this lady who, like, burst into tears, because her son went off to college and was being, like, indoctrinated by the liberals. And I'm just sitting here, like, checking this lady out at the grocery store, as a cashier. She's, like, 40 or 50. And she was going into, like, a lot of conversation about, like, what I did, what I wanted to do, and she was very adamant that I do not go to college because it's liberal indoctrination, and her kid had gone off to, like, California or some college on the West Coast, and the liberals have gotten to him, and it's bad news, and... No, I was checking her out, like, I was checking out her groceries. I wasn't checking her out, I was checking her out. No, I was just checking her out. I wasn't checking her out. So the liberal indoctrination. It's funny to me the concept of colleges being like liberal indoctrination instead of just being a person getting out of an environment where they just didn't meet other people and then realized, hey, maybe other people aren't like... Maybe minorities aren't awful. Maybe they're just like human beings. You know? That's the liberal indoctrination. That's what you're getting indoctrinated about, is just meeting people who you didn't have encounters with before and going, man, maybe these people aren't horrendous people. Maybe gay people are actually just normal human beings. Found the Walder painting? It is rare, but it was, in 1.4.4, made a lot less rare, because, they, like, reworked its spawning to make it more common, or something. But it is still, quite rare. But this lady was, like, genuinely, like, very distressed about the fact that her son was being... The liberals had gotten to him. Can you gastropods stop? Doing all I can to manage them, but getting hit for 100-something damage every time is not fun. At least they nerfed gastropods, made them a lot less accurate. Yes, don't get homophobic, transphobic people. I mean, so there are different elements to homophobia and transphobia. The biggest, I mean, one of the biggest things is just that creating groups of people to dislike or hate is a good way to unify people. And so culturally, when it becomes unacceptable to dislike black people or racial minorities or women, like, you move on to different groups. And at this point, we're at the point, it was gay people for a while, now it's kind of moved on to trans people. As they've gradually reached the point of being like, hey, maybe these people are actually just normal human beings. And some people are homophobic because they just genuinely don't really know gay people, and all they have to go on are, like, extremely inaccurate things that have been told to them by family members or news outlets or the people around them. Essentially just, you know, living in fear of, you know, being turned gay or, them, like, being predators towards their children or things, which are completely absurd takes. But if you don't know better, especially if you're, you know, a teenager or young and you just listen to, all you know is what people around you have told you, it's understandable you might hold those beliefs. People like that are, hollowed key? Oh, yeah, there's a hollowed key. People like that are people that are probably not, you know, they would be, after some positive experiences, not homophobic. Like, after meeting people who are gay or trans, and realizing, hey, these are just normal people, they would just be like, hey, you know, maybe I was wrong. Because oftentimes all it can take is just an interpersonal experience. However, the problem with this group of people is everybody likes to feel like they are the hero in their own story, and they don't like being made fun of or attacked. And because when people see homophobic behavior, or transphobic behavior, they can be very dismissive and aggressive with insulting people. That can, to a degree, reinforce them being like, hey, I'm not a bad person. You know, therefore, the person who's attacking me for being a bad person is wrong, and they're a bad person. Which is why, as much as it is annoying to have to be, like, patient with people that can be homophobic or transphobic, taking a more patient approach and not making them feel bad can be a lot more effective at changing their belief than just being like, hey, you're a shitty human being. Don't do that. And then there are people who are using homophobia because they are themselves feeling some, like, homosexual attractions, and that scares people, especially if they're in the previous group of being, like, socially very against gay people. And so people who are closeted homophobes, closeted gay people can be very homophobic, because of, like, their internal fears. While I'm in the hollow, killing pixies for, pixie dust for wings. And then some people are just genuinely shitty human beings, and are just bigots with no reason. They like, making fun of and looking down on other people. They like feeling superior. People like that, there's not really anything you can do about. They're just, asshats. Then there are politicians who pretend to be homophobic, or sometimes are homophobic, just because the people voting for them like it. Like Lindsey Graham, who, like, is very well known among gay prostitutes, I'm pretty sure. In South Carolina. Yeah, it's a tough situation. And trashing hollowed keys? The hollowed key gives you a mage weapon. You think I'm gonna use a mage weapon? A rainbow gun? Come on. Consumes mana? Get the fuck out of here. All my homies hate mana consumption. Let's let it go with the flow. Yeah, people who want to fit in, because, I mean, one of the core things for human beings is just feeling like you fit in and belong with people. And if the people around you are homophobic, and by saying or doing homophobic things, you can feel like you fit in and belong with them, you're probably going to say or do homophobic things. You might not believe them. You might feel weird doing it. Maybe you feel less weird doing it over time. Maybe, it just kind of gets normalized. But, like, the desire for validation and feeling like you belong can drive people to do very, very unsavory things. I want to cut ties. I mean, it's hard, especially for people who don't have good support networks, and don't know how else to live their life. I mean, cutting ties it sounds very simple, but it's very difficult for a lot of people to do. Even just because of being scared of what life looks like if you cut ties with the people around you. Like, what if you are gay or trans and your family is, you know, really homophobic or transphobic and they're not willing to accept you for who you are? Do you come out of your life? That's scary. That's a really difficult thing to do. What if you don't have a good support network of friends? What if you feel alone after doing that? Maybe you just stay in the closet. Maybe you know, gradually these manifest as a lot of mental health issues and feeling bad about yourself being surrounded by these people. It's really difficult. Could deal with homeless people cut ties? Yeah. We almost have enough. Probably some greater healing potions. Strongly disagree with me? What are you, a mage? Like I'd care what a mage thinks. I have a friend whose parents were transphobic and disowned her and sexually abused her when she came out. Luckily, she's no longer with her parents. Yeah, I mean, in a situation like that, like, that is 100% that person should stop talking to their parents and cut them out of their life. But not everyone is in a situation where they can do that. And some people are too afraid to do that because they don't know what life will look like without them. Yeah, I don't see an M in LGBTQ. Okay. Look, the only rod I like is my rod. Like my fishing rod. To fish up ebon koi for a 10% damage increase. Yeah, it reminds me there was a, I'm not going to say who it is, but there was a point where I realized, somebody that I had been, talking to a bit, like, adjacent to Terraria, seemed to be very, homophobic, and it was something that they clearly didn't, like, try to show, but there were certain messages they had sent in certain servers that were very unmistakable. And it was very much so like a... Damn, bro, that's a yikes. It's just... Not that I think it's acceptable, but it's so weird seeing homophobic people that are like millennials or younger. Because it just feels like, especially people my age, like Gen Z or younger people, especially once you're past the point of being like an edgy teenager who says things for jokes. Like, yeah, it's 2024. What are you still doing? It's all political now? Yeah, my politics are that I hate your existence. And I think you're a sin against God. Pretty sure this wyvern will insta-kill me with its head. Maybe not, but... Okay, 20 souls immediately. That's a lucky wyvern. Normally you, not good enough from one wyvern. Okay, let's get rid of the bone glove. Okay. We'll do a little reforging. I need souls of light. I'll probably fight the twins first. I don't know. Let's see about speccing into a damaging build here. Okay, well, this is really expensive to reforge. I'm going to reforge some other things first. Okay, lucky's good. Menacing's good. Well, it's not 50% reduced damage outright. Like, it's a bit more nuanced than that, because... Well, I could put on another accessory. What would be a good accessory? A Wormscarf? I mean... Wormscarf does something. Because Feral Claws are useless. I'm after ranged weapons now. Black counterweight. Bows and possibly quiver. I'd have to get a quiver to drop. Okay, can I get... Okay, there we go. Jeez. It's messy as hell. Oh, I want to reforge my Phoenix Blaster too. Oh, I need money. Okay. Well, we'll do some mining in the underground hollow. Get some stuff to sell. I'm gonna make a titanium drill. And get some Souls of Light while I'm doing it. So let me get Hunter Potions, Spelunker Potions, Danger Sense Potions, Night Owl Potions. I'll take Potions of Return so I can get back there. Battle Potions so we get plenty of spawns. It was over here past the, corruption. Where I fought the Eater. Can you mine the jungle temple? Oik's not included? I don't understand the question. You can't mine lizard bricks until after getting the pick saw. Well, until after killing Golem. The pick saw, the laser drill, and the luminite pickaxes are all capable of mining the lizard temple. Yeah, you can't use the Vault of Discord to get into the Temple before Golem. Well, you can use it to get into the Temple before Golem, TMNWG. You can't use it to get into the Temple before Plantera. Hall of Mimic, eh? Closer to the surface. I mean, we're pretty close to the surface. Oh, Chaos Element. Get the fuck out of here. It's been a huge pain. Yeah, we can take this Hall of Mimic to the surface, I think. Might be a little tricky. We might die doing it. I'm gonna regen to full HP though before I try. You spam clicking your drill to make it faster? No. Show Honor Dynamite. Oh, wait, that was the wrong path. Shit. Oh, I fucked up. Yeah, okay. Damn. Oh, that hit me? Wow, I was right on the range of... the edge of the range of that. I mean, it's not hardcore. I mean, if I was playing hardcore, I wouldn't have done that. Oh wait, I passed the... Wait, no I didn't. Actually the lawnmower cannot get the broken reforged TMNWG, as it cannot be reforged. I mean... Do you... Playing classic hardcore is fine. If you usually play on expert, I would suggest playing expert hardcore. Because classic is quite easy. And well, it can be a good way to, you know, get into the rhythm of not dying. It probably won't, depending on what kind of challenge you want. Classic hardcore can feel kind of underwhelming because of the lack of, interesting boss AI and stuff like that. Try and get Fixed Boy in hardcore eating dirt. Ah, good luck. Yeah, Fixed Boy is particularly rough. Strange plants, those are... Well, that could be water walking boots. Those would sell for a good amount of money. It's not. God, chaos elementals do actual damage when you have 0 defense. Accidentally made your character classic once permanently lost your character anyway once a puddle of lava formed when you spawn. Why would that make you lose your character? I don't think I'm proud of your house. I don't know. which power? Kept dying. Once you spawned, you had no house. How early in the game was this? Okay, we can now negate broken armor. That's pretty helpful. Okay, round 2 with a hollow mimic. Okay, there we go. Now that we have armor polish, we can equip it. Oh, fuck off. That's what I get for freaking altars. Okay. Well, at least that'll give me some money. Unironically, well, yeah. I mean, I needed to take off the broken armor. It's having my defense. That's a disaster. Okay. I'd really like it if this town slime got away from the door. Okay. Well, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. There'd be a lot of money in it, though, at least. Explosion bullets underrated? Oh yeah, exploding bullets are fantastic. The main thing to managing a pirate invasion is just not letting a large number of the projectile enemies overwhelm you. Because as soon as you've got a bunch of the pirate deadeyes and crossbows all over the place, you're just gonna have so many projectiles that it's gonna be a huge mess trying to deal with them. Damn it. Fuck. I gotta heal for a sec. Although since I have exploding bullets, I can't attack them from the other side of a wall. Pirate captains are very annoying. I don't mind shooting the invasion. We get to see the pirates tweak out. That's fun. And if I wanted to cheese them, I would literally just make a hole right here and then shoot them. And the pirate invasion is now done. I mean, that's really all it takes. But I don't want to do that. So I'm not gonna. Captain's still out here? God, he is. Captains do stop shooting when attacked, which I will probably have to take advantage of in order to kill this guy. You also have a range limit. They're also immune to knockback. So As long as I stay a certain distance away, keep shooting him, we should be fine. And when we do have to let him shoot us, as long as we go in a semicircle, he won't be able to hit us. Damn, that crossbow landed a hell of a shot. I didn't even see that thing. God tier aim. Our house looks like squirrels? That's a frog. A hidden frog, specifically. Yeah, I feel like it'd be pretty obvious watching me play the game. The Phoenix Blaster is kind of a good weapon. There's a reason I like it a lot. Okay, I have to deal with this ghost. It's also super knockback resistant. Okay. Keep in mind, I don't even have armor that's buffing my damage. Blaster plus explosive bullets carries early hard mode? Yeah. If you'll see me, you'll notice in a lot of playthroughs I will make the Phoenix Blaster and Exploding Bullets early hard mode because they are just incredible. You have a high rate of fire, you have good damage, you have incredible crowd control because Exploding Bullets have insane knockback. And you literally just buy them. The second you get into hard mode. If an enemy is not immune to knockback, Phoenix Blaster with Exploding Bullets will pretty much keep it at bay. There are very, very, very few... They have to be insanely knockback resistant to not be at least stun locked. Like the Pirate's Ghost, I think, was making a very small amount of progress. Because that thing is incredibly knockback resistant. Flying Dutchman's awkward. Ugh. God, crossbows hit so hard. Hold on. How do I deal with this Dutchman? If he gets over here, it'll probably get stuck. Yeah, there we go. I don't think it's worth killing this thing. At least not yet. And hopefully as long as I keep it there, it'll stop another one from spawning. Yeah, Flying Dutchmen don't actually fly. They do like a weird hovering thing. And when food, probably stay still. The Brand Cthulhu is super stun lockable. Yep. Like I said, I don't want this thing to do... Not a fan. Not a fan. Yeah, pirates aren't really that bad. It's more just time consuming. Especially with the weapons I have right now. Oh. There's a crossbow there. That's you. Man, that's a long on-fire debuff. I guess that's master mode for you. Okay, hold on. I was gonna die to the on-fire debuff. I guess I could have taken an obsidian skin potion too, but most was easier. Okay, lucky coin. I could shimmer that into a discount code, yeah. No debuff timescale with difficulty? Yes. It's increased on expert and increased even one. Master. Guy above me. Almost done with the invasion, though. I'm surprised that didn't hit me. Is that Captain dead? Oh, he's still alive? Can you die? 10 HP? Jeez. There we go. This is what I don't want to have happen. And is what happens when the Flying Dutchman comes out a lot of the time. Is a large bunch of crossbows. Makes it a lot more difficult to keep track of them and dodge them. Yeah, if you're not sure how to, like, deal with pirate invasions without cheesing them, it's basically just this. You go in semicircles, with AoE attacks, bunch them up on the ground, and just keep shooting them. They're not really that difficult. It's just kind of time-consuming. And there are a lot of annoying attacks they have, so there's a lot of needing to, I got a gold ring and a lucky coin. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna increase your default screen range. I don't know if that would work, like, with the way that Terraria works. I'm gonna use Meteor Shot on this. Can you even shoot me? I didn't even think you could shoot me. Hey, cheese. See, I'm not going to have a bad time fighting a pirate invasion if I'm fighting it with the Phoenix Blaster. Right? Like, as long as I'm using the Phoenix Blaster, I'm having a good time. And the invasion itself, honestly, doing that, it's not that bad. It's mostly just how incredibly punching the projectiles are when they hit you. Because, like, if I got hit by a crossbow, that's half my HP. Immediately gone. Even if I had armor, that would be, like, a quarter of my HP. Or something similar. And that's just... not fun to deal with. Okay, we can head over to the Shimmer. And let's get this gold ring. Oh, I got a... Damn. I got 2 lucky coins And a gold ring. Okay. Let me get the gold ring in there. Make 3 discount codes. And then throw all of them in the trash. Oh, are they stacked? Yeah, then I could have thrown all 3 of them in the trash at the same time. Okay. Let's see what we forge in this Phoenix Blaster. I really want Unreal. Alright, we can get more money and try again. Okay, let's go get some Souls of Light. I think I'm gonna leave the mech bosses for next stream, because it's getting a bit late in the day. But I want to at least get prepared for them. So I can hopefully just blow through next time. Oh, it's Falling Star Knight. Oh wait, I still have my meteor shot. I want my exploding bullets. What person are you? You're a cat person or a dog person? I like reptiles. A fish confirmed? I never said that. I never said, get these enchanted night crawlers out of here. I'm not going to fish with them. I would never. Yeah, snakes are cool. I like snakes. Oh, it's a werewolf knight. We get Moonstone. Go great with the armor polish. The werewolf drops the moon charm, not the moonstone. Unfortunately, the moon charm does increase defense, so we can't use it. Well, I could equip it during the day. I would just have to unequip it by nighttime. Same thing? Nah, Moonstorm's a lot better. Okay, there we go, Mimic. It's over here somewhere. There he is. Floating bullet also great for bats. That was another Mimic? Oh, I guess I must have missed it. They're ludicrously tiny small worlds. Yeah, they're really small. I mean, world size as advertised. Give them that one. Honestly, I love active stone blocks because they're so pointless. Active stone blocks were basically actuated blocks before actuators were a thing. And when they added actuators, they didn't retroactively get rid of active stone blocks. So there's just a block type that, like, its only relevancy is boulder traps. The stone that gets turned off there. Except, it's even worse than that because the boulder traps that are in Dead Man's chests, those use actuators, not actuated, or not inactive stone blocks. Oh, lava traps use actuators too? Yeah, yeah. And the Dead Man's chest boulder traps use actuators as well. And, like, they're so they just clutter up your inventory space, and you're like, what is this? Oh, that's what that is. Okay. I'm not going to use it. If I wanted that, I would just use an actuator. Rapid Clockwork Assault Rifle versus Zealous Mega Shark. Okay, but Zealous isn't a good reforge on the Mega Shark. But, like, what? The thing is, actuators opposed Skeletron. Yeah, but so are inactive stone blocks because in order to craft them, you need wire. Like, yes, you can get a small amount of them by looting them in the world pre-Skeletron, but you can't craft them until after Skeletron. The wiki doesn't mention a reforge on the Mega Show. Okay, what were you testing it on? As well. I mean, you can't, like, meaningfully use wire until after Skeletron anyway. Oh, fuck you. I want my money back. What if you use actuators in conjunction with activated stone? I don't know. I'm not sure what that would do. Traveling merchant, too. Chaos Elementals do so little damage. Okay, I'm getting kind of hungry. I think I'm gonna call the stream here. Go eat dinner. Oh wait, hold on, there's a Mimic. Where is he? It's off here to the right. I have to get over there quickly. There he is. I see him. Mega Shark get a forceful prefix? The Mega Shark should be able to get... Yeah, it can get strong. It can get knockback, so... Also, what are you testing on? Oh, yo. Look at that. A lot of Discord. In other words, trash. Okay. Well, we have successfully thrown a Rod of Discord, a Hollowed Key, and 3 discount codes in the trash today, so I consider that a success. Clockwork range from 250 to 280, Mega Shark 300, 350, so Wiki is wrong. Yeah, I feel like that checks out with the claim not making sense in the first place, but it's nice to have numbers to back it up. Okay, we got some Souls of Light. Next time we can fight the twins, and hopefully have that go well. Let's see if I can reforge this Phoenix Blaster to Unreal before I go. Actually, hold on. Well, I mean, I could Shimmer forge the Phoenix Blaster. That would just take forever. Man. Pretty awful luck today, huh? Okay, well. Well, let me check what the Traveling Merchant has now that I have no money. Okay. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow.